The next moment, Moon was blasted to pieces. Boom! Boom! Varian blinked out of existence and teleported to 100 miles above the moon. The debris from the moon shot out in all directions. Humanity shall not perish. The soldiers that were just transported to the space stations used their awakener powers and prepared to destroy the debris. The space stations were the final line of defense. If they too fall, then Earth would be completely exposed to the Abyssals. But they were already too injured to defend. Indeed, humanity shall not perish. Varian glanced at the debris. Zi. As if they were blocked by an invisible force, they all stopped. Then he snapped his fingers. Rumble. Lightning descended from the space. It was the sight of an apocalypse. The lightning, like the wrath of gods, struck the chaotic debris and burnt it to ashes. Savior. Emperor. Peerless. The entire human federation, from Mercury to Saturn, every human, from unawakened to level 9, cheered for him in the midst of the existential war. Varian always wanted to hear those words. But when he finally felt their weight, it was too late. His space sense examined his waist. There was a deep cut all the way to the heart. Before he could even touch, it was healed. Varian tensed and gazed into the distance. You are one nasty human. A year ago, I thought only those two would be troublesome. A deep voice sounded as a silhouette appeared in the distance. Varian clenched his fist, and the space around the figure was warped. The space was blocked to not break even under nuclear weapons. But, creak. His mere presence distorted space. With each step, he broke the space restrictions and arrived in front of Varian. With a tone of amusement and curiosity, the Abyss Emperor asked. In just 1 year, how did you go from an unawakened to the strongest human? A year ago. I won't be merciful just because you're unawakened, the young man said, looking down at Varian in front. The thought is mutual. Varian replied in his familiar fighting posture. His lean build was reflected on the polished stage surface. The crowd seated around the stage was only increasing as time passed. Leon Training Hall wasn't popular for its duels. Today was an exception. The maid robots served refreshments to the audience as they stared at the large 3D holographic screen. It depicted the duelists with great attention to detail. This match was not the same as the usual Awakener's duel. An unawakened challenged level 1 body Awakener to a duel. It was crazy in itself, but the training hall supporting the unawakened fanned the flames and the news spread like wildfire. Are you kidding me? An unawakened trash beating a level 1 Awakener? A high school girl asked her friend who dragged her to join the audience. It's true. Varian joined the hall a year ago, but his combat instincts are unrivaled. Hall Master himself commented he could even reach level 4 should he awaken and become a mid-level Awakener, her friend replied, her gaze glued to the screen. Are you sure it's not a SCA? Match begins. The AI referee announced. Everyone gazed intensely at the screen. At the unawakened. Varian was unfazed by the attention. He maintained his trained posture and took a deep breath, awaiting his opponent's move. He could take down a dozen normal men in a brawl. He never lost a match against unawakened. However, he knew his limits. Based on physical attributes alone, body awakeners dwarfed him. They were stronger than the best boxers, faster than the quickest athletes, and more resilient than the best swimmers of old Earth. Though a level 1 body awakener like his opponent was not strong to the point of dodging bullets or blocking knives, he was a force to reckon with for a normal person. Perhaps a mob could bring down a level 1 body awakener, but defeating them in one-on-one was as real as seeing a ghost ship. Varian knew all this, but he was more than confident. If there's one way he was going to win, it'd be by using his strength over weakness, his combat experience gained over years of sickening practice and skills honed on broken bones in endless fights. The Awakener in front had none of those. He was a new awakened and prided too much in his inherent power and disdained all cultivated prowess. The opponent finally moved. At a speed beyond normal humans' reach, he dashed in front of Varian and punched at his chin. The audience gasped as they awaited the inevitable. But before the punch was even thrown, Varian had already dodged and returned the punch. Boom! His opponent took a step back and covered his bleeding nose. A level 1 body awakener's physical attributes were higher than normal humans. But that didn't mean a normal human had no chance of winning. Don't underestimate me, you trash. The young man lunged at him as he aimed his kick at Varian's chest. You're too easy to read. Varian replied and swerved to the right and kicked his opponent's back, causing him to crash into the floor. Boom! The kick alone would keep a normal human bedridden for a month, but awakeners were anything but normal. His opponent was back to his feet in the next moment and continued raining attacks on Varian. Any attack, if connected, would break Varian's bones, but they all failed to touch him by a hair's breadth. Despite the power they were packing, they were uncoordinated and full of loopholes. Punch to the solar plexus, kick to my guts, and elbow to my ribs. Varian read his opponent's attacks just as he threw them as he dodged every single one of them with ease. His face was calm, and even though he was sweating, he didn't look overwhelmed. It always seemed that Varian was just lucky enough to dodge the attack, but it repeated again and again. Damn it! You son of a bie! A sharp punch to his chin sent him flying, and before he could get up, he was kicked in the ribs. Varian's previously calm face was twisted. He punched his opponent's face and kept on kicking his ribs, breaking them one by one. Click! 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 His opponent thrashed on the ground and struggled to get up, but every single attempt was countered by another calculated strike which kept him down. Desperate, he started punching Varian's legs with his inhuman strength. Crack! Varian's legs nearly broke as the snapping sound of his bones resounded throughout the stage. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Physical pain like this was nothing. Both were wounding the other deeply, and the duel turned into an endurance match of who first gave in to pain. The audience started murmuring as they were already sure who'd lose, Varian. It was because the pain Varian had to face would be far greater with the difference in their attributes. There was no way he was going to win. They lied to you, even though it was pretty good for Varian to come this close. The girl stood up from her seat and a few others followed suit. Wait, her friend insisted, and the girl gave her an annoyed glance. But she decided to stay. The match was going to end at any second, anyway. She carelessly glanced at the screen, and the next second, she gaped at the ridiculous scene. Varian's legs were severely injured, but the frequency of his attacks didn't change. He kept kicking his opponent with his bloodied legs. His opponent's attacks gradually died down and finally, he fainted. Varian wins, the AI referee announced, halting the audience, leaving the hall in their tracks. Starting at the screen, everyone gawked at the unbelievable. An awakener trashed by unawakened. The joke of the day became an irrefutable truth. Next time you curse my mom, I'll fucking kill you. Varian looked at the bloodied opponent and descended the stage. He couldn't walk properly because of his almost broken legs, but he limped with a straight back, leaving a trail of blood, mostly his opponent's. The audience looked at him with a mixture of awe and pity. Awe at his ability to win against an awakener and pity that he would never be one. Everyone awakened by the age of 16 in one of the divine paths, or paths in short. Divine paths were classified into one of three groups: divergents, elementalists, and dimensionals. Varian's opponent today was an awakener in body path. Body path was part of divergent group. It was also the path Varian wanted to awaken in during his childhood. But all of that was a mere pipe dream now. He turned 18 today. Only if talented people like him fought on the front line, perhaps we'll win against Abyssals and survive, the girl sighed. Yeah. Perhaps he could even reach sovereign level. Her friend shook her head in pity. Pfft, sovereign? You girls are exaggerating too much. Human Federation has 8 planets and 50 billion people. But how many sovereigns? EAGHT. Only 8. A young man from the next seat pointed out 8 fingers and glared at them. They are the protectors of humanity. Don't insult them by comparing them with this unawakened trash. He condemned. What do you know? Can you beat him if he isn't awakened? The girl's friend rebutted with a flushed face. Comparing Varian to a sovereign was indeed hyperbolic. Don't take my word for it. If he really wanted to awaken, he could always go to dungeons. I'm sure someone will loan him money. But he never went. Not once. The young man shot up from his seat, drawing attention. If he can't even fight against some magic beasts in dungeons, how can he even dream of being like sovereigns who fight abyss kings? He sneered and left. I think we're too desperate for heroes who can end the war. The girl sighed and left with mixed thoughts. They thought imagining Varian would be a sovereign would be an insult to them. They didn't know then, soon, the whole world would know it was the other way around. Even Varian himself didn't know that his life would change today. He entered the locker room and slumped in a chair. The cleaning bots removed the traces of blood, and the nursing robot in the room, a floating sphere with 2 limbs, tended to his wounds as it cleaned and injected the healing medicine. His injury would heal in a few hours. He felt an itching sensation from his legs, followed by terrible pain. He didn't cry out and gritted his teeth. Getting bones crushed by a mad body awakener was not a pleasant experience, but Varian had worse and more than he could count. Varian's gaze turned to the dragon bracelet on his right wrist. It was the heirloom of his mom's family. It reminded him of her every day. But it also reminded him of that day. Of that night. The night he wished was a lie. On that night, exactly a year ago, he and his mom, Amanda, were celebrating his 17th birthday in his room. Varian, didn't you always want to be an awakener? To win the war and bring peace? Just like your dad, she smiled at him, a tinge of pride when she spoke of her late husband who died fighting the Abyssals. That is, of course. I've been training since I was 11, but I still can't awaken. There is only one way left, dungeon. But you never let me go. I'm 17 already. Mom, I'll probably never be like Dad. Varian's voice continued to fall, and at the end, it was only a whisper. Amanda gave a wry smile and repeated the reason she'd been telling him ever since he first wanted to enter a dungeon. We couldn't hire adventurers with our financial status. I can't be like others, letting you venture in without any assurance. What if I lost you too? Amanda paused for a second before stabilizing her emotions. If only I was a skilled fighter, I could have helped you myself, she sighed and pushed the blame to herself. Amanda herself was a level 1 Thunder Path Awakener in the Elementalist group. However, she was not a skilled fighter. Mom, I know you work hard to keep the house running. Varian didn't like blaming others, especially not his mom, who brought him up after his father was martyred. He knew her concerns and hardships. He didn't dare imagine what she would do if he disappeared one day. That was why he never sneaked into dungeons, even if he could. But he couldn't help his frustration and helplessness. Amanda looked at Varian's immature face, which hid his mature persona, and giggled. I won't hide it anymore. As your 17th birthday gift, I saved up enough money to hire adventurers. You can go to the dungeon in a week. You will awaken. I believe in you. She caressed his cheek and kissed him on his forehead. Really? Wow. I can finally awaken. I will make you proud. And even fulfill Dad's wish. Boom. The walls of his room were blown away, and the lights went off. Varian turned around, shielding Amanda behind his back, subconsciously trying to keep her safe. In the dust, a pair of red eyes gazed at them. Varian held his breath as he prepared himself for a fight. He knew he faced nothing like this. The next few seconds seemed to stretch themselves into eternity as Varian squinted his eyes to identify the intruder. The silhouette of the thing soon became clear under the moonlight. It was a flaming wolf, 2 meters wide and 5 meters tall. Its fur was covered with blue flames. It was a magic beast. Magic beasts were creatures of dungeon dimensions. It was almost impossible to see a magic beast outside dungeon. But Varian was unlucky enough and won the chance rarer than a lottery. The fire wolf glanced at them for a moment. He was unawakened while his mom was a level 1 Thunder Awakener. Each level had more aura than the previous level, and awakened always had more aura than unawakened. Aura was the fuel to progression in divine paths. The next moment, it lunged at him, the weaker target. He was fully capable of dodging the attack, but behind him was his mother. Despite being an awakener, she was not a combatant. "Mom, leave!" Varian yelled and dashed forward in an attempt to buy time. But Varian, go! He was pushed out of the way and crashed to the ground. Varian grimaced as the sharp debris on fire pierced him. Ignoring the pain of the burning flesh, he looked up. His heart stopped for a moment as he prayed to every god he knew. Roar! The flaming wolf roared and clawed at her. Its power was greater than expected. It was a level 2 magic beast, something impossible for the present him to match. She managed to dodge it by a hair's width. "Please go," she shouted as she conjured a ball of lightning to shoot at the fire wolf. The fire wolf easily dodged the lightning ball and clawed at her abdomen. This time, it didn't miss and pierced her. Amanda's abdomen bled, and she cried out in pain. Her face paled, but her gaze was locked with the fire wolf. Her body was still shivering from seeing the creature, but she gritted her teeth and took a step forward. No! Varian tried to get up from the ground, but to his own horror, he couldn't move. His body was frozen. What was it? What happened? Amanda covered her injured abdomen and created another lightning ball. This time, it hit the eager wolf on the back of its neck and a scorching smell spread throughout the room. The fire wolf howled in rage as it lunged at her to bite her neck. Amanda barely escaped again, but a chunk of her shoulder flesh was missing. Varian's heart raced as it literally smashed against his ribcage. His mind was on the struggling figure in front. Varian tried to move. He prayed. He cursed. Just move. Move only this one time, and you can stay paralyzed all your life. Please. His body, however, refused to budge. His mom couldn't continue the fight and collapsed. "Mom. Mom." Varian saw her turning to him. Amanda's eyes didn't have any fear, but there were tears in the corner of her eyes. She looked at him with hope. With the soothing smile she always gave him, she muttered something. He couldn't hear her properly. But he knew he missed her final words. "You beast." Varian roared, his eyes red and breath ragged. "Eat me," he yelled. "I have more aura," he pleaded. And failed. His cheeks were wet and his vision blurred as the wolf opened its mouth and tick, the Medibot's notification snapped him back to reality. The treatment was complete. He could walk without opening the wound and his leg would be completely healed in a few hours. Varian was lost in thoughts about his past. So he didn't notice his dragon bracelet flashing gray with a tiny string of letters. Divine Path System initializing. 99.00%, 99.01%. Most puzzling of all, he never understood how he survived. Though the investigators told him that his mother's last attack damaged the fire wolf's nervous system and killed it moments after her death, he found it hard to believe. That, however, was the only truth he was offered. The door to the locker room opened, and a man with a heavy build entered the room. He looked to be in his 30s, with his bald head and big beard adding to his mature bearing. "Good day, Mr. Gareth." Varian greeted the hall master with a genuine smile. Varian used to be an optimist. Despite being an unawakened when his peers all awakened by 16, he didn't complain. He trained. He finished his high school 2 years early and planned to train an entire year to take the Earth Trooper Academy entrance test. It produced some of the finest soldiers of the human armed forces. After enlisting as a soldier, one's duty could go from as near as Mercury to as far as Neptune. It was a glorious service, one which Varian's dad saw as the ultimate duty. Varian thought 1 year would be the perfect chance to awaken, and his mother's surprise gift only made it plausible. The moment when she revealed the gift, he was sure he'd awaken and enter the Earth Trooper Academy as an honor student. Fate was fickle. After her death, Varian lost all purpose and self-belief. It wasn't exactly failing to save her that hit him so hard. He knew the chances of death were high for both of them. It was being paralyzed to even try to save her that broke him. Realizing he couldn't move even when his mother's life was under threat, his fire died. He never saw himself as worthy again. The doctors told him body was paralyzed under fear. Many adventurers had similar cases of being frozen in fear when their teammates were eaten by magic beasts. So, Varian also told himself the same thing, over and over. The fuel of saving everyone that propelled him his entire childhood now set him on fire. It burned his self-belief to ashes. He gave up the Earth Trooper entrance and searched for ways to numb his pain. There was one solution he came up with: fighting. Since fighting unawakened wouldn't be enough, he'd fight awakened. Gareth helped him out and employed him to be a trainer to newbies who are still figuring out their powers through direct combat. To others, it was perhaps a normal employment. But to him, it saved him from going insane. It was a bloody match. "You're going to be popular." Gareth grinned and seated himself in a comfy chair. He had the look of a rogue adventurer. There were rumors that he used to be a high-rank adventurer, which meant he was at least level 7. "I'm sorry I lost control. The hall might be affected." Varian sighed. Injuries were allowed in duels to a permissible degree. Breaking all ribs wasn't really permissible. What can happen to the hall? I'll see who dares slander. Gareth patted his chest and chuckled. A strong aura radiated from him and the wind stilled. He was publicly a level 4 space adept. He had the capital to be confident. With a snap, he can freeze the space and kill any level 1 awakener. Even level 3s wouldn't stand a chance against him. Then I'll consider myself lucky that the level 1 was unskilled. If he was really skilled, I'd lose. Varian shrugged. Varian could take on many level 1 awakeners. It was because of his experience and their inexperience. However, since every awakener had more physical stats than him, even if they learned a significant portion of his skill, they could outmatch him. And then there was limit to how far skills could take him. A normal person could never beat a level 2 awakener. Varian tried and failed so many times that he lost count. As they progressed in their path and advanced the levels, awakeners turned into an insurmountable peak. A level 9 awakener was equivalent to a nuclear bomb of Earth before blink. This was why Varian always wanted to awaken in the past. Of course, it was only until that night. Then his life took turns before he ended up here to numb himself. Or that was what he told himself. Perhaps in the deepest corner of his mind, he was doing this to help others achieve what he couldn't: save the world. Save family. I'm worried about you. You can't stay like this forever. You should visit a dungeon and try to awaken. Even though you just turned 18, give it a shot. We never know what we're capable of until we try. Gareth's face turned serious. He was about to give his usual excuse, but Gareth cut him off. "If you're trying to say you want safety but don't have enough money to hire an adventurer team, I'll cover the costs and you can pay me back later. Heck, pay me only if you awaken, else treat it as me splurging money. I'm filthy rich." Varian tried to come up with a counter but failed. Gareth looked him straight in the eye and raised an eyebrow. "Real reason." Varian gazed back for a while and finally sighed. "I don't think I'm worthy. I am not suitable. If I awaken, I'll only put more lives in danger." A person who was frozen in fear when their loved ones were in danger, can he be relied to protect others? If he became a solider and one day, the Abyssals, far stronger than any magic beast, attack his comrades or even civilians, would he be able to rescue them, or would he be frozen in fear again? If he did awaken, the people he would protect would increase from tens to hundreds, and perhaps even thousands. Seeing the magic beast froze him once in fear. That cost him his mother. So when he freezes in fear facing Abyssals, the cost would be thousands of lives. A sin far too heavy for him to risk. There was no guarantee that he'd not be frozen in fear once again. Even the doctors told him that the same situation would likely occur throughout his life and suggested giving up on joining army entirely. So he gave up. Perhaps logically, he should direct all his energy to be the greatest awakener and avenge his mom. But he didn't just work on logic. There was an unshakable fear and guilt. She died, he survived. Why him? Gareth observed Varian's expression and sighed in melancholy. We're living in tough times, everyone will lose someone close. The best way to honor them is to keep moving forward and use our strength so that others won't lose their loved ones. I'm only trying not to endanger others. Varian sighed in his mind and responded with silence. Gareth stood up and walked to the door before turning to Varian. It's time for the Red Pluto event. I won't force you, but I'm leaving you the contact of an adventure team I know. If you change your mind, contact them. He swiped his comm, the all-in-one communication device on his wrist, and shared the contact with Varian. Varian checked the contact and glanced at the date. Today's 36th of 7th month, 520 YAB, year after blink. So I'm 18. Pluto's ceremony will start, gotta go. Varian forced himself to smile and left the training hall. He reached the stadium on his hover bike. The stadium was a gigantic blue oval. It was filled with spectators and murmurs, numbering at least 100,000. It's spacious enough and designed to fit them comfortably. Varian took a seat and gazed at the huge 3D holographic screen. A man in a military uniform appeared on the screen. He had a scar on his cheek, which must be left on purpose since today's medicine could heal even the scariest of diseases. The stadium was silenced at once as they gazed at the legend of a man, Evander, commander of Earth forces. We grieve the losses of 1 billion humans when Pluto was conquered. We will not rest until we take it back and honor their deaths. The day Pluto was conquered 6 years ago by Abyssals, 36th of the 7th month, Sept was declared Red Pluto Day and observed every year. From Mercury to Neptune, across all human federation, humankind mourned the loss of a fellow billion and of Pluto, a lost home. It was also reaffirming the oath of vengeance against Abyssals. Every human will do whatever in their capacity to ensure the victory of the human federation against Abyssals. Unlike the passionate audience, Varian was losing interest. Speeches like these were the driving forces of his dream since childhood, but for a year, all he felt was the monotony of life. There were only 2 things in his life other than fighting. Recalling his mom's death and a strange dream. A girl with brown hair and golden eyes haunted him in his every dream. She was a stranger. But somehow, he knew her name. Sia. He checked his school records, neighbors, and every record. He never knew a girl named Sia. Nor could he see her face in the dreams, it was covered by mist. The only good silver lining was the dreams only occurred when he was asleep. This generation needs heroes. Where do these heroes come from? From you young people. Do not aim to be a level 9. Aim to be a sovereign. A sovereign is an honor to their home planet. The protector of the human federation. The nightmare of Abyssals. This year as well, we honor the rising heroes who train hard to bring us peace and hope to see a sovereign rise from this group of young men and women. Evander ended the speech and Kik started the award ceremony. Young men and women ranging from 18 to 21, cadets of Trooper Academy, Planet Guard Academy, and Defense Academies of Earth received medals for their achievements. Some were level 6 enhanced, others were level 5 beast morphers, a few level 4 space adepts, and so on. Varian found at least one awakener from every path. Awakeners. Not normal people. Not him. As his gaze aimlessly wandered on the screen, it halted at a particular person. His body stiffened for a moment and he used his comm to get a magnified view of the screen. Zooming in, he observed the woman holding the prizes. To be precise, her uniform, the standard blue camouflage uniform, common for all cadets, with a fire emblem on her sleeve. Looking at the emblem, Varian's palms sweat profusely and his breaths turned short. Something clicked in his mind, and before he could even think, he was in a dark space. The only source of light was in front. It was coming from a person. A girl. She looked like a ray of hope in his ocean of darkness. There she stood, the girl who kept haunting his dreams since his mother's death. Her golden eyes gazed at him with a myriad of emotions he couldn't fathom. Brown hair flowed down to her waist. Fog covered her face. But this time, he could see what she was wearing. It was the standard blue camouflage uniform, with a fire emblem on their arms. It was the same uniform. Earth Imperial Defense Academy uniform. Varian looked at her and tried to move. This time too, his body wouldn't budge. He stopped trying and stayed in place as she approached him, like she did in every preceding dream. She was at an arm's reach and stretched her hands to cup his cheeks. In a pleading tone, she whispered, "Save me." "Who are you?" The darkness faded and Varian found himself facing a blue ceiling. He realized he was on his bed back at home. Closing his eyes from the annoying light, he asked his calm, "What happened?" "You fainted during the ceremony. The caretaker robots followed the protocol and sent you home." Isha, his AI assistant, answered from his calm right. "I dreamed of that girl." "Sia again." Varian shook his head and tried not to sound crazy. These dreams started right after his mother's death that day and haunted him ever since. He assumed they resulted from his guilt and regret. But soon, they occurred too frequently. From once a week to once a day, and now, even twice or thrice a day. Varian's initial conclusion was that these dreams were a mental illness. He even consulted the doctors specializing in mental abilities, level 4 telepaths. Telepaths were awakeners who awakened in the mental path, advanced in the first 3 levels, and in the 4th level, chose telepath path over telekinetic path. They're specialists in treating all mental illnesses because of the very nature of their power. Mind, level 1 to 3, telepath, level 4 to 6, /telekinetic, level 4 to 6. His dreams were dismissed as PTSD, and there was nothing they could tell about this unfamiliar girl he never met in real life but kept haunting him in his dreams. They even confirmed his memory was fine. Varian had doubts about their expertise but lacked the funds to consult a higher-level doctor who surpassed telepath level 6, level 7 psychics. However, all these dreams only happened when he was asleep. Never did he dream nor faint when awake. "I'll need another checkup." Varian got up from the bed and gazed out of the window. The 2 suns in the sky stayed the same since he could remember. Only he changed. He dreamed. Struggled. Failed. He didn't know what he was trying to achieve in life. Become an awakener? His guilt made him feel unworthy to even try. Kill himself? It felt like an insult to his mom who gave up her life for him. If only there was a way for everything to be better, no matter how hard it is. Varian looked at the sky and sighed. Unknown to him, his dragon bracelet changed subtly. The dragon's 2 eyes shone with black and white colors. Divine Pathway System initializing 100%, on basis of balance, host is shown a piece of truth. The bracelet shone gray, and before Varian could respond, his consciousness was pulled into the scene a year ago. It was a familiar night. A ruined home, a bloodied room. And her dying body. Varian saw his mom turning to him. Her eyes didn't show any fear. She opened her lips and muttered something. This time, he could hear her properly. "Save Sia." Is this even real? What if I'm just hallucinating? He paced in his room. It was a small bedroom with a comfy bed, a closet, a desk with a palm-sized black box and a pair of shiny gauntlets on it. Varian's emotions were a mess. A part of him wished it were all false. Another part of him questioned what if it was all true. Then he'd have to find this girl, Sia. His only source of information on her, his dreams, revealed she is a cadet of the Earth Imperial Defense Academy in short. That meant he couldn't contact her or find any information on the net. Ever since the Pluto War, the military became stringent and not a single file of cadets exists in the meta-net. It can only be accessed by military officers of the same academy. So, should he wish to contact her, he would have to join the Defense Academy. But the minimum conditions to join the academy are level 2 awakened and not 19 years old with an outstanding performance in entrance exams. The entrance test was on the 45th of this month. Today was 36th. He had merely 10 days. There's no way this is going to happen. Level 0 to level 2 in 10 days? I am not the young master of those big families. This would be futile. But if that's her last wish. Varian's emotions and rationale clashed. He tried to fight the frustration building inside and picked up the black box. It was an old-fashioned safe meant to keep important things. It can only be opened by pre-assigned members or the contents would be destroyed. He found it in the debris of his old home after the incident. He didn't remember seeing it, but he was a pre-assigned member to open it except, he couldn't. But he got into the habit of trying to open it whenever he was frustrated. Damn it. Varian tried to pull it open with all his strength and failed. This was the 100th time since the past year, but he couldn't care less. His frustration only continued to build up. Next year I'll be 19 and I wouldn't be able to participate in the entrance. Now's the last chance to participate. If I miss this chance, it means I'll never fulfill whatever Mom was hoping. I couldn't make her proud when she was alive. I should at least fulfill her last wish. But I'm still unawakened. So how? Varian covered his face and sighed before he finally noticed something. His dragon bracelet, which was usually of normal luster, was now exceedingly bright. Varian didn't know much about it despite it being the heirloom. His great-great-grandfather found it shortly after the cataclysm blink. It changed many hands and ended up with his mom before he took it. In this day and age where all accessories were either sophisticated techs or star treasures used to enhance one's powers, it was too rare to possess this accessory, which was nothing special. He only wore it in her memory. Varian slightly tapped the eyes of the dragon and expected for something to happen. Maybe this accessory was actually a 9-star treasure? Jokes aside, it must at least be something special, right? He widened his eyes as the bracelet really shone, and a mechanical voice appeared right in his mind. Divine Path System initiated. Please fulfill the requirements to activate. Who? Varian's body instinctively assumed a fighting posture before shifting his gaze to the bracelet. Divine Path System, are you the bracelet or in it? He was ready to remove the bracelet in the blink of an eye should something happen. Bracelet is a mere carrier of the system. However, even the material the bracelet is made of is more valuable than everything your civilization can offer. Varian's face twitched at the seemingly arrogant answer of the system. This must be a prank. Is this the prank of a telepath? Varian looked around the house but didn't dare to move rashly. Telepaths were capable of telepathy and high hypnosis. Hypnotizing a person, a monster, even an abyssal were normal things to telepaths. Though in non-combatant professions, they served as excellent mental doctors and psychologists, they were one of the worst enemies. Varian didn't want to be killed by a telepath. Especially not when his mother's last words were finally showing him a direction in life. Save Sia, so he must get out of his predicament without offending the telepath. Mind, level 1 to 3, telepaths, level 4 to 6, over telekinesis, level 4 to 6, this system is beyond your current comprehension. Only know that system had compensated you for preventing your awakening for 18 years. Varian was still wondering what the heck was going on, but once he heard system's words, all he felt was a burst of rage. Prevent me from awakening? Why? Who the hell are you? Varian found it hard to keep himself from grabbing the bracelet and ripping it apart. He grabbed his hair hard from the sheer insanity of the situation and the what-ifs. As your 17th birthday gift, I saved up money to hire adventurers. You will awaken. I believe in you. If I awakened like everyone else, perhaps she would be still alive. It's a test. You are chosen and now eligible to activate the system. The cold voice of the system held no regret whatsoever despite Varian's rage and grief. Fuck your test. I lost my mom. Varian pulled off the bracelet and picked up his gauntlets. The gauntlets were pitch black and had spikes at the knuckles. Without hesitation, he smashed the bracelet to the ground and started a rampage. Boom. 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 The room's high-quality metal creaked, and the floor shook. Varian kept on punching the damned thing on the ground. He called names. An heirloom it was, supposed to be a blessing but turned out to be a curse. What if I lost you too? Her words kept ringing in his ears like it was yesterday. The black gauntlets were made of a high metal alloy and a beast core boasted of high endurance. It was the best star treasure Varian could afford. They survived all the fights in the past year, but now, they started cracking. The spikes were the first to crack, then they spread to the fingers and finally the palm area with the beast core. Crack, the gauntlets turned to smithereens. The beast core was smashed to the bracelet and turned into powder. Varian sobered up and glanced down at the bracelet with red eyes. It was as exquisite as ever, without a scratch. It's good to vent. Now, let's talk. The bracelet shone once again and, as if it's a miracle, the splinters of his gauntlets, the cracks on the floor all rearranged themselves. In front of Varian's eyes was the gauntlet he just destroyed, perfectly intact. The cracks on the floor disappeared as the tiles reverted to normal. This. Varian held his breath. He touched the gauntlet and felt the beast core which had just turned into powder intact. Being shocked was an understatement. Telekinetics can also control objects, but they cannot join a broken gauntlet by piecing things together. Time awakeners can alter the flow of time for them or for others, but there's no such thing as turning back time. Neither can bring back a destroyed beast core. It was not that there aren't more powerful things in the Federation. There were sovereigns who were the epitome of strength that could slay millions with ease. But something like this had broken Varian's fundamental worldview. It was akin to jumping from a building and flying instead of falling. Varian sat down on the floor to listen for once. He had neither forgiven nor forgotten, but if he couldn't damage it, listening to what it got to say would be the best idea. Truth be told, even if you awakened without my interference, based on your origin grade, you would have awakened at 16 in body path. Despite your hard work, due to the lack of resources and proper guidance, you'd stay as level 1 when your mother would be attacked. You won't be able to save her regardless. Nonsense. If I was a level 1, I could at least stall it until she can escape or someone can rescue us. You might have weird powers, but I'm not buying your BS. Varian stood up and turned to leave. In fact, it wouldn't matter even if you were a level 2. She would still die. You would still live, the system commented. Varian grabbed the bracelet in angst and hissed, "What do you mean? Why would she still die? Why do I get to live? Why? Find it yourself. You." Varian almost smashed the bracelet again, but this time, he held back. "You sent the strange message earlier, right? The last moments of her, indeed. System follows the principle of equivalent exchange. The equivalence is decided in our perceptions. For you, not awakening for 18 years is a tremendous pain. But what is given to you is the truth you would never know otherwise. In fact, you won't get it now. Only once you know the whole truth will you understand how important it is and how fair it is." Varian wanted to retort, but at this point, he felt it was useless. He didn't know the truth behind her death. He didn't know why she would die regardless, even if the system prevented awakening. He didn't know who Sia was. He didn't know why his mother asked him to save her. But he did know one thing: where to start. He just needed a confirmation. "Hey system, I am 18 already. Can I awaken if I enter the dungeon and fight magic beasts?" He held his nerves and awaited the answer that'd decide the course of his life. "A pleasant surprise awaits you," Save Sia. Varian recalled her last words and wanted to do something he avoided for a year. Awaken. He picked up the bracelet and put it on his left wrist. It merged into his body. Varian steeled his resolve and opened his comm. A holographic 3D display opened and Varian found the contact of the adventure team that Gareth, the hall master, recommended. He contacted them and set the time and venue. Tomorrow, he'll awaken. First dungeons appeared in 300 YAB. They were low-level dungeons. Humanity used them to propel into what was later coined as Golden Age, which lasted until 400 YAB. Every dungeon had a gate which served as an entry point. The Virgin Dungeon's gate was made of a crystal metal and had inscriptions of magic beasts of the dungeon it was connected to. The entrance of the gate was covered by a soft light. Guarding the gate was a battalion of planetary guards that employed advanced detection technologies. A dungeon had many exits but one entrance. This ensured the flow in and out of all dungeons to be monitored. Adventure teams as few as 4-5 and as many as 10-20 paid the entrance fee and passed through the gate and entered the dungeon. Varian noted that most of the people were awakeners. The few unawakened had come to awaken through real combat in dungeon. But even the oldest of them wasn't 16 yet. 97% of humans awaken naturally. The 2.9% awaken after dungeon combat. There was no empirical evidence, but the consensus was that these 2.9% were trash talents. The unlucky 0.1% never awaken. Thankfully, with enough skills, they could still fend for themselves, but their social standing was at the rock bottom. Since most of the population awaken naturally, and with prejudice against the 2.9%, the government and Adventurers Guild both turned a blind eye to these adventurers ripping off unawakened by charging a huge sum to protect them in the dungeon. I always wanted to enter the dungeon to awaken. I thought I'd be excited and happy. I was only right about the first part. Varian got off his hover bike, and it went to park itself. Taking a deep breath, he put on the black gauntlets and observed the crowd. Mom, I will awaken today and join the academy. Just you see, I'll be even stronger than Dad. A boy around the age of 14 smiled at his mother and bragged. Unlike Varian, who only had a pair of gauntlets, the boy was armed to the teeth. A head guard, body armor, a matching sword and shield. Oh, and the shining boots too. All of them were low star treasures. Star treasures were equipment made from special metals through meticulous weaving of aura and using beast cores. Fire beast core would result in a fire-attributed treasure and a space beast core a space-attributed treasure. The metal's conductivity of the aura would determine the defense and resilience of the treasure. Varian's gauntlet pair was a low treasure and had the beast core of a body-type beast. It provided the gauntlets with more defense. Varian watched the boy get into the gate under heavy protection and sighed. He did feel envious. Not for the treasures. But because he wouldn't have anyone to send him off like that. Or so he thought. Varian, a familiar annoying voice jolted Varian and he turned to see a couple waving to him. The young man and woman seemed to be around 18. Behind them was a group of 5 adventurers. They arrived at him and the young man, Kyle, opened his arms for a hug with a big smile. Varian folded his hands and the stern expression on his face didn't melt. Gareth told you? Of course, the girl, Maya, nodded. Gareth was, in fact, a family friend of Maya, Kyle's girlfriend. So it wasn't strange if they knew. But the annoying part was. Are you so happy that you can't talk seeing the great me arrive? Kyle forgot about his awkward hug moment and smiled at Varian. You must have wanted someone to send you off into dungeon since it's your first time. Maya wanted to do that. But who are we? Best friends. We always go over and beyond. I'll be joining you in your first dungeon adventure. Kyle pushed his fist into the air and revealed his plan. His thin body felt like it would be blown by wind, but he stood strong. Maya looked at Kyle's confident face in love. The adventure smiled. Varian face-bombed. He'd rather go in alone. This was so awkward. Kyle was a level 1 space apprentice. Maya was a level 1 mind awakener. It'd be fine for level 1s to enter the dungeon as long as they don't step into the inner zone. The problem was Kyle and Maya were both non-combatants. They will follow us even if I convince the adventure team to refuse them. Ugh, you guys. He felt a bit helpless, but a part of him was happy that he had these friends. Varian walked to the adventure's team captain, Arthur. He had checked their profiles yesterday. I hope you'll be fine with these two joining. Varian and Arthur shook hands. It's all right. Mr. Gareth informed me already. Arthur flashed an easygoing smile. He was a burly man and was nearly 2 meters tall. But somehow, he managed not to look intimidating. They lined up and after a security check from the guards, Varian passed through the dungeon gate. The moment he stepped in, Varian staggered a little. His body had a momentary weakness, but soon he was fine. Varian knew why. Aura in the dungeon was higher than on Earth, so his body had to adjust to this change. The discomfort was a direct consequence. You're better than I thought. Mr. Gareth wasn't lying when he said you were special. Arthur looked behind at him and gave a thumbs up. Unless one was an awakener, a normal human would need at least a few minutes to adjust to a change in aura concentration. But Varian was fine in a dozen seconds. Arthur was able to feel how Varian's body adjusted itself to the aura better than everyone with his aura perception. Aura was the foundation of everything. If awakeners were the walkers on their paths, then aura is their fuel. So every awakener was sensitive to changes in aura. Varian shrugged at Arthur's compliment and looked at the strange world he stepped into. Dungeon. His final chance of awakening. 2 of the team members sneaked around and checked for any other beasts. Varian could barely follow their movements. They were much faster than him and Varian knew from their profiles they were at least level 2. The demon rabbits didn't realize their death was just finalized. Arthur offered to take down a demon rabbit. Varian declined and slowly crept behind the demon rabbits. He could feel the pulsing aura in his body. He felt closer to a certain something deep within. Without further ado, he lunged at the rabbits. His gauntlet shone and his fists aimed at their necks. Click, a demon rabbit's neck was crushed by Varian's punch. Demon rabbits had some of the weakest defenses and the best strategy to face them was to land the first attack. Boom! Varian quickly rolled down and avoided the attack of the demon rabbit that dodged his previous attack. He didn't know how it avoided his sneak attack. By either luck or perception, but now he had no time to spare, he had to fight it straight. The demon rabbit jumped at him and Varian dodged by a side step. Though they had weak defense, they made up for it with speed. Varian could only bet on his experience and move before the attack arrived to dodge it at the highest speed. Boom! The rabbit jumped at him again, threatening to rip him apart with its sharp teeth. Varian swerved to the left and managed to land a punch on its back, injuring it in the process. Without giving it another chance, he crushed its neck. Moving at the highest speed took a toll on his body, and Varian was sweating heavily. Really? Arthur looked at the scene in surprise. The operation might have looked like a cakewalk, but a single mistake could have cost Varian his life. Though Arthur would save him should such a moment arise, Varian took care of everything by himself. Taking down a demon rabbit in the beginning was the best decision, else he'd have to keep up with 2. Then, if he failed to dodge even one attack, he'd fall into a disadvantageous position and he'd be over. So Varian had no scope for making mistakes. As expected of my friend. Your fight honors me. Kyle nodded in approval. Your first dungeon fight. I'm happy. Maya cheered on. Varian ignored their cheers and cut open the demon rabbits. There were 2 marble-sized cores inside their stomachs. He collected them into his space ring, a low treasure that contained a separate space for storage. Hey system, are you dead? Aren't you supposed to display my progress or reward my first kill? Varian asked. Since the communication was telepathic, no one noticed. This is not a game. But you're right about the progress part. As of now, however, you haven't progressed an inch. So don't bother. I'll display the progress when there's change. Varian's face twitched, and he cursed the goddamn novel authors who put rewards for every first kill. They continued to venture deeper, and as the demon rabbits got stronger and stronger, Varian had great battles. Except for a few minor injuries, he was completely unharmed and came on top. They took a rest in between travels and soon, half a day passed. Instead of declining, Varian's proficiency only increased. Arthur's team was both surprised and intrigued. They continued to go deeper and the demon rabbits got stronger. After finishing the 10th demon rabbit, Varian stored its core when his gaze wandered and he noticed Kyle's quivering hands. Scared? He asked with a teasing smile, causing everyone's gaze to turn to Kyle. Oh, of course not. But aren't we moving too deep? We'll approach the inner area in an hour. What if we encounter level 2 or even level 3 beasts? Kyle tried to sound brave. A dungeon comprises 3 areas: outer area, inner area, and core area. Magic beasts of deeper areas usually wouldn't stray out, but sometimes they did. This was the reason his mother never allowed him to enter dungeons, even if she herself was an awakener. Even she could not survive if she encountered a level 2. Varian wasn't worried, however. Even the magic beasts of core area were only level 3, the same as Arthur. And the team had 3 level 2s. Don't you trust my strength, Kyle? Arthur chuckled and casually swung his sword. The gale from it crossed a dozen meters and sliced the few demon rabbits in front into halves. No. I'm just worried about cross-tunneling. Kyle spoke up and nodded to affirm his point. Cross-tunneling was a rare phenomenon when 2 connected spaces as creatures are transported between. This meant a magic beast from mid-dungeon could appear in low dungeon. But the problem was, the chance is 1 in a trillion. Kyle, don't be so anxious. Maya patted his shoulder. The group kept moving. Varian, however, was irked by the word cross-tunneling. He didn't count on his good luck, but always counted on the bad. But there was a rumor by the Shadow Order. They said cross-tunneling was a tool of the Abyssals. That Abyssals could also cross-tunnel and appear in dungeons. He voiced his concerns. Don't trust that damn order. They're terrorists, for God's sake. Arthur rebutted. Varian, however, noticed that Arthur's smile was a bit stiff, and he lacked his normal easy-going attitude. No smoke spreads without a fire. But all I hope is that my luck won't be so bad that I encounter something so unrealistic. Varian hoped. He stepped forward, and the next moment, a blinding light flashed in front. A pillar of light descended from the sky, and Varian managed to peer as the light faded. 10 humanoids stood where the light had shone. They were 7 feet tall and had gray skin. Abyssals. Varian felt that all sound in the world vanished for a moment, and before he could even think, he was thrown away by a gust of wind. Boom! Arthur quickly took on 4 Abyssals and his teammates took on 2 each. The situation wasn't optimistic. Run! Arthur yelled and swung his sword to parry the Abyssal spear. The shock waves from their contact created fierce winds and broke the ground further. Kyle, damn it! Come on! Varian, along with Kyle and Maya, dashed for the exit. A system reminder flashed on his retina where only he could see. First path initiated. Body path, level 0, 5/30. Varian glanced behind and saw Arthur's team engaging all the Abyssals in a fight. There wouldn't be any Abyssals that would chase them, but Varian felt a sense of unease. I hope we can reach the exit before anything can happen. He took a breath and saw Kyle was about to talk about something again. Kyle, shut up and run. Varian picked up the pace to combat the increasing unease. They pulled a sizable distance from the location of combat, and now Arthur's team was barely visible. Maya and Kyle both halted to pat their chests. Varian had to stop for them. Why Abyssals? Maya groaned. What if one escapes? Kyle muttered. Will they be all right? She looked in the direction of the battlefield. We can't be of help. And we're not safe. Just keep running until we reach the exit. Varian chided, and was about to resume running. You surely don't think they can catch up, right? Kyle clutched his chest and took short breaths. Behind. Varian yelled at Kyle. Boom. Kyle teleported at the last moment. Maya was petrified watching the Abyssal emerge out of nowhere. Varian, however, observed the Abyssal. Its humanoid physical features gave it away as a male. He was in a scarlet combat dress and had his left arm torn with heavy bleeding. Most importantly, he had a single tattoo on its chin, a level 1 Abyssal. He is from a new group. He concluded. We can't outrun him. If we try, we'll be killed. Varian gritted his teeth and smashed his gauntlets. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Fighting an Abyssal was way different from fighting any other enemy. Even though the Abyssal was one-armed and bleeding, it won't give them any edge in the short run. They had to finish the fight quickly, or they'd risk facing multiple Abyssals. You'll all die, the Abyssal talked in human tongue, and it only increased the trio's apprehension. Abyssals were not magic beasts. They were the race on par with humans in intelligence and stronger than Awakeners. They appeared out of nowhere and attacked humans in 400 YAB and almost defeated humans. If not for the ruins and Heaven's will, humanity would have perished. Abyssals were the single biggest threat ever to humanity. The most dreaded thing was that every single Abyssal, be it male or female, was a warrior. Leave it to me. Maya clicked her space ring, and the next moment, an orange gun appeared in her hands and shot at the Abyssal. A fireball was shot at the Abyssal, which he dodged with ease. The gun was a treasure weapon with a full power of a level 1 fire magic beast. However, Maya herself wasn't able to use it properly because of her inexperience. Haha. Pitiful, the Abyssal laughed, and the next moment, he jumped suddenly, barely dodging the kick to its crotch. Varian rolled on the ground after missing the kick and dodged the retaliating kick. Boom! The red soil blasted into the air from the sheer force of the kick. Die! Kyle rushed behind the Abyssal and managed to thrust his ice sword into the Abyssal's back. However, before it could go deeper, the Abyssal punched at Kyle, who could only dodge by teleporting once again. The ice, however, froze the Abyssal for a brief moment. Whoosh! Maya's fireball almost hit the Abyssal on its face before he turned around and blocked it with his back. The fireball collided with his shoulders and the Abyssal's uniform was burnt. The fire scorched his gray skin, and he hissed in pain. Damn you little! He pulled out the ice sword and tried to swing it on Maya. It didn't work. A stat treasure had to be bound to a person, and it'd only work for them. For others, it was just a piece of metal. Newbie mistake. Varian appeared under the Abyssal's legs and this time, succeeded in kicking his groin. Ugh! The Abyssal collapsed and Varian used Kyle's sword's sharpness to slash off the Abyssal's head. We're lucky it's injured. Varian sighed in relief and looked at his friends. Maya was alright since she was fighting long range, and Kyle, where was Kyle? I'm here. Varian turned and saw Kyle teleported into a burrow of demon rabbits. Pull me out. Varian and Maya rushed to him and pulled him out. I won't be surprised if you manage to get yourself killed by teleportation. Varian said in a serious tone and handed him his sword. Why can't I do it like everyone else? Kyle sighed and picked the sword. It flashed a blue hue, recognizing its owner. Whether everyone liked it or not, the trade union made binding of treasures mandatory. Since they had a monopoly over star treasures, they dictated the terms. This meant a person cannot borrow a treasure, nor can he steal one unless the original owner dies or gives up the binding. It was, in their words, a step towards achieving a society with no theft and respect of individual property. We erased the incentive for stealing. The trade union achieved their goal. They stopped all theft. There was only murder. Never mind the fact that murders increased by a whopping 50%. Thank you, trade union. Let's go. This thing is from a new group. He won't be the last one. Varian urged them and they all picked up the pace, running toward the exit. They were now only a few kilometers from the entrance. In fact, a dungeon can be left once you reach its edge. They would always appear through the gate at the entrance. I'll apologize to you guys after we exit. But now, keep moving. Varian urged and picked pace. He blamed himself for putting their life at risk. Maya was right behind him, and Kyle followed them with difficulty. They didn't blame Varian, but knew they couldn't stop him from blaming himself. Humans. A shrill voice startled them, and Varian didn't need to look back to know what it was. Almost there. Varian could see the edge of the dungeon in sight. It was still far away, but they could cover it in 10 minutes. All the landscape ended at edge and a white barrier served as a giant membrane covering the dungeon. Touching the barrier, they can return to Earth. Abyssals wouldn't enter Earth, and even if it did, the guards would take care of it. They also needed to request reinforcements to help Arthur. Varian felt a gust of wind and looked behind. His eyes widened. The Abyssal was catching up to them faster than he thought. They wouldn't be able to reach the exit and would have to fight. But this Abyssal wasn't injured like the previous one. Kyle and Maya were both amateur fighters. Varian was unawakened. There's no way they could take it down. There's only one thing I can do. Varian halted and was about to shout. Guys, go. Kyle stopped first and turned his back to them. Call the reinforcements. I can hold it for a few minutes. Varian saw Kyle's hands were still trembling from fear, but he didn't budge and yelled, now. Kyle was a level 1 space apprentice, while Maya was a level 1 mind awakener. Out of everyone here, he had the best chance to survive. But by the time they got support and entered, chances were he'd likely die. It wasn't that he didn't know, it's just that he didn't care. All right. I'll count you as less annoying next time. Varian rushed to Kyle and threw him at Maya. I have a treasure shield and it can protect me for 10 minutes. Get going. He yelled as he tapped his space ring. A small shield appeared in his hand and a barrier formed around him. Maya bit her lip and nodded at him, tears welling in her eyes. Don't die. Kyle and Maya rushed to the exit at their greatest speed. The Abyssal was in front of Varian in the next second. He glanced at Varian's shield barrier and chuckled. You were fooling them. I know every product of the trade union, and punched at him. The barrier did nothing to stop the punch. Varian ducked and dodged the punch while he cursed the smart Abyssal. The barrier was fake. It was only a light projection. He was only able to fool his friends, not his enemy. Varian prepared for the fight that would decide his life and death. Varian knew something was wrong. Abyssals and humans only had an enmity towards one another. There was no such thing as a good death. Only endless torture, followed by dismemberment. Without skipping a beat, Varian ran for it. Damn it. The Abyssal cursed and followed. The distance was closed in the blink of an eye, and Varian rolled to the right to escape the Abyssal's punch. Boom. The ground crackled, and Varian was already on his feet, running in the opposite direction. Now he couldn't pick where he was going. His opponent's attacks did. Boom. 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 Varian continued to dodge and knew he bet right. The Abyssal slowed down and started coughing blood. He was internally injured. That was the reason he pretended to be generous and gave Varian the chance to kill himself. Varian should be happy, but he wasn't. He was getting tired. The continuous fights earlier in the day were one thing, the fight with the one-armed Abyssal already took a toll on him, and in this chase, he was only surviving on his gut. He wouldn't be able to dodge once his endurance slips a certain point, and then, he'd have to bear attacks from the back. He'd die for sure. His opponent was a level 1 by the single tattoo on his chin, was also tired, but he would hold on for at least half an hour. I can't tire him out. He has higher innate stamina and even with injuries, he'd still outmatch me. If I get tired out first, I'll die for sure. So there's only one way now. Varian dodged another attack and slid on the red soil. Boom! Maintaining the perfect timing, Varian punched at the Abyssal's eyes, with the spikes of his gauntlets pointing at his opponent's eyes. The Abyssal dodged it with difficulty and returned a punch with his left hand. Varian's left fist connected with the Abyssal's neck and his right with the Abyssal left fist. Crack! Varian slid back with a bloodied right hand. His bones cracked, and he was losing sensation. The pain was terrible, and Varian felt his body shake in response. The Abyssal held his neck to stop the bleeding and looked at Varian with a gaze of fear and rage. Even though the cut didn't touch the larynx deep due to his muscles, the very cut was a humiliation. Varian felt his attempts would also be futile. He'd die if he got tired, and he'd die in a frontal fight. I don't want to die. No, Varian told himself and dodged another punch of the Abyssal. His right hand was crippled for the battle and he'd have to make do with the left if he were to survive. But how? It'd take at least a dozen minutes for help to arrive, and I don't think I can survive for another minute. Varian sidestepped and barely dodged a kick. The debris hit his leg and injured him. Now, even his agility was affected. At that moment, a blue screen appeared on his retina, giving him hope. Body path, level 0, XP 15/30. Come on. Varian gritted his teeth and swung his left arm. The Abyssal made sure to return the punch, and Varian, knowing there was no way of dodging it, blocked it with his right shoulder. Gotcha! His shoulder joint felt a crack and Varian's right half was completely bloodied. He lost all sensation right in his right shoulder. But the spikes on his left fist managed to pierce the same spot as last time and dug deeper. This time, he pierced his larynx. Body path, level 0, XP 20/30. The Abyssal couldn't stop the bleeding and his breath turned ragged. Due to being an awakener, he'd be able to survive longer and even heal faster, but he would still be dying and he knew it. I'll tear you apart. Enraged, he dashed in front of Varian at a great speed and swung his fists at his chest. Varian had no time to block and could only use his left hand to block the Abyssal strike from attacking his heart region. Crack! Varian was blown away as he crashed to the ground. Now his left hand was also broken and useless for battle. But the block wasn't able to save him completely. His ribcage was smashed and his lungs were damaged. In a few minutes, he'd die without treatment. Despite the broken bones, torn muscles, and dripping blood, Varian still stood up. He didn't want to die. He had to fulfill his mother's last wish. Until then, he had to stay alive. The Abyssal arrived in front of Varian and kneed his chest. Varian pulled the last of his strength and dodged. He jumped high and kicked the Abyssal in the neck, on the same spot as his injury. Upon impact, his leg bone was also broken. The Abyssal collapsed on the ground and blood fountained out of his neck. He tried to stall it, but it was of no avail. Varian's first attack severed the muscles protecting his larynx. His second attack damaged it and his final kick broke it apart. The Abyssal might have had more experience, but Varian was more daring and put everything on the line. The Abyssal couldn't believe it would tie like this, but after glancing at Varian, who also collapsed to his side, a tinge of pride appeared in his eyes. At least, he managed to take down a dangerous human who, despite being an unawakened, could kill a level 1 Abyssal. If such a human ever awakened and grew stronger, he would bring endless troubles to the Abyssals. Varian didn't know what the Abyssal was thinking. At death's door, his hope of survival was neither on Arthur's team nor on Kyle's rescue. His final hope was on the blue screen. Body path, level 0, XP 30/30. You have advanced. No aura source in host found. What? System? There is aura in the air. Aura in the soil. Aura in my body. Aura everywhere. Varian almost went crazy. Taking aura from host's body, wait, no. Varian yelled weakly as he felt the little strands of aura in his blood, organs, bones pulled and redistributed. The dying Abyssal was perplexed at Varian's behavior, but soon its eyes widened. Varian felt some shackle break in the next moment, aura in the air and soil flooded his body. Seeping through his skin, flowing in his blood, transversing his bones and mixing with his organs, Varian felt the aura change something fundamental in him. Despite still being severely injured, he felt reborn. His eyesight was sharper and he could see smaller things clearly and could view things at a larger distance. His taste, smell, touch and hearing all improved to an irreversible degree. He took the first step on the divine path. Varian didn't know how his strength and speed changed, but he could feel his body regenerating at a faster speed, and his ability to bear wounds and pain in general increased by a significant amount. But all that did was delay his death by a few more minutes. I've done my best. Killing an Abyssal as an unawakened and delaying my death by awakening. Varian smiled with pride and looked at the Abyssal next to him. He wasn't dead yet. His body was trying to heal, but it was beyond its scope. Seeing the Abyssal still struggling, Varian crawled to his side with a broken leg and broken arms. The Abyssal widened his eyes, looking at the bloodied Varian who approached him. In his eyes, Varian was akin to a bloodied Zion, their nemesis, hunting him. Varian grinned at the dying Abyssal whose eyes fumed with rage and whispered, "Thanks to you, I was able to awaken. Also, thanks to you, I might die." Before the Abyssal could comprehend his intention, Varian slammed his head to the Abyssal's neck, breaking it completely. Thanks to his level 1 body physique, he didn't break his head. Awakening completed, the system prompted and Varian fought hard to keep his eyes from closing. He didn't know how long passed, but he forced himself to stay awake. His heart still had that hole and it wasn't closing anytime soon. He tried to keep thinking, but his mind felt heavy and he felt sleepy. "Sia, why did she ask me to save you? Are you in danger? What if I really die here? If I had not given up being an awakener and entered dungeon a year ago, none of this would have happened. So is it my own doing? I hoped no one would lose a father like me, so I wanted to be the hero who would gain the title, Savior, and end the war with Abyssals. But Sia, who are you?" He jumped from one thought to another and finally he couldn't stay sober. As he closed his eyes, he felt like he heard something. Varian couldn't open his eyes, no matter how hard he tried. It was as if he was trapped in the deepest corner. Sealed, never to be retrieved. Is this hell? He thought. Did I die before help arrived? For a moment, Varian felt melancholic and somehow felt that he didn't live his life that well. Varian, a familiar voice struck him as he tremblingly turned back. He saw her. Blue hair like the sky, and red eyes that shone with kindness. Amanda stood in front of him and stretched her hands. "Give Mom a hug." Varian lost himself, and before he knew it, his cheeks were wet. Through his wet eyes, he looked at her and stepped forward. "But I'm grown up now, Mom." "No hugs," a young voice sounded, startling Varian. As he turned to the side, Varian's eyes widened. He saw a younger version of himself, the 11-year-old Varian. The children were having fun playing a game in AR. It resembled a game on old Earth where you would catch an imaginary animal on your device. "Varian, I can't be with you for most of the time. So I want to find someone who will. You'll choose someone today and you'll treat them well, understood?" Amanda bent down to ruffle young Varian's hair, but he backed off and shook his head. "I can take care of myself. I will be the savior. Why do I still need someone?" Young Varian was annoyed at the thought of another person living with him and got defensive. "Oh no. Was this really me? Perhaps I don't remember this because Mom must have failed. I grew up alone." Varian thought. But this could also be a dream rather than a memory. In fact, it's likely a dream. He shook his head and didn't know how to feel. You have to remember this, Varian. You don't have to take every responsibility alone. There will be people who will share your burdens and, in turn, you should share theirs. Got it? Amanda sat on a bench and looked into the sky. She must be remembering Dad. Varian didn't have much memory of his father. He was a planetary guard, but with his meritorious deeds, he got promoted to the main army. He remembered his mother saying that his father was an eternal optimist. He never gave up, and that was why she said yes. Fine. But I'll do the savior job myself. Others can take my other responsibilities. Like going to school, having a social life and sleeping. Young Varian's eyes lit up, and he agreed. Really? Amanda and Varian both face-bombed and sighed. Varian felt incredibly self-conscious and embarrassed. He really had a weird way of thinking. Young Varian looked around and passed through the children. These children knew Varian's family came for adoption and they all eagerly called out to him. But he ignored all the enthusiasts and stopped before a little girl his age. She had short brown hair and golden eyes. There was no one around her. She certainly looked cute. In fact, the cutest girl Varian had ever seen. Was I a simp? No, can a 9-year-old be a simp? Varian wondered. You. Come with me and I'll protect you forever. Pfft, Varian nearly choked on his saliva as he felt his face burn with shame. Out of the countless lines, why such a cheesy line? Was I an edgelord? Varian was wishing it was all a dream and not a memory. The little girl looked curiously at him and didn't answer. Let's talk. Young Varian said and walked to the side. She followed. Varian was also curious at what the young him wanted to do and followed. Even though this was a dream, he couldn't help his curiosity. Let's drop the act. Mom asked me to select someone to live with me. You are alone and likely ostracized here because other girls think you're too cute and spread some bad things about you. So no one adopts you. But this also means you, more than anyone, perfectly know the value of companionship. If I have to spend my time with someone, I'll spend it with someone who knows its value. Young Varian spoke seriously. Whoa. I was really smart, I guess. No, I'm still smart. Smarter. But I'm dead now. Varian didn't know how to think of this younger self in this dream, but he fit Varian's past perfectly in behavior. What if we got into fights? Will you ask your mom to disown me? The little girl spoke her first words. Her fears. Of course not. My mom thinks I need someone to not feel lonely, but I think she needs someone when I spend all day training. Now that's my boy. So mature. I'm proud of why. Varian's smile froze upon hearing the next words. Besides, disowning you would leave a stain on my autobiography. What would people say when they read the chronicles of the peerless savior emperor and realize he forced his mom to disown a little girl? I won't risk my reputation. Young Varian looked impassioned and patted his chest in reassurance. Pfft. Ha ha ha, the little girl's laughter sounded like silver bells. Peerless, savior and emperor, those are the 3 titles reserved for this era's heroes and you want them all. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and looked at him with curiosity and amusement. Let me just die. Oh wait, I'm already dead. Varian cringed and bit his teeth. But he knew this was something he genuinely believed in his childhood. He even had some forbidden videos where he practiced the speech once he acquired the 3 titles. Goddamn this dream. Even after death, I must face this cringe dream. He sighed. When I'm crowned, I'll have you by my side and let you witness everything. Let's see how you will laugh then. Young Varian turned his head and held a smug grin, as if he found a way to counter her laughter. Nice. I mean, stupid. Varian didn't know whether to laugh or cry and he just enjoyed this weird scene. All right. I believe in you. One last thing. How will we solve our fights? The little girl walked to young Varian and tilted her head. Then make a promise. Whatever reason you got into fights, you must understand the other person's reasons and make up with them, a soft voice sounded and Amanda observed the young girl. Mom. We were talking. Young Varian cried and shielded the young girl from her gaze. I didn't think you were already friends. I won't eat her, boy. Amanda chuckled. You can scare children. Young Varian muttered and stepped to the side. So, girl, would you make the promise? Amanda patted her brown hair and asked softly. Mom, this is a private thing between friends. Moms don't interfere. It's so embarrassing. Young Varian lightly pushed his mom and asked her to leave. Amanda left with a pout. Are all those things you said earlier not embarrassing? Varian shook his head and turned his attention to the little girl. Then let's make the promise. Varian extended his left pinky. She extended hers, and they locked the fingers. We promise if we ever get into fights, we'll understand the other's reasons and decide only after that. They declared. Varian was starting to feel the girl looked a little familiar. Even her voice was a bit nostalgic. I forgot something. I'm Varian. You are? Young Varian rubbed the back of his neck and tried to make not asking her name as the first thing totally normal. I'm Sia, the young girl smiled. Sia. Varian's eyes widened, and he extended his hand to her. The next moment, the world collapsed, and darkness swallowed everything. Varian struggled to move in the darkness when he heard a snore. With difficulty, he opened his eyes and saw Kyle dozing off in the chair with Maya. He looked around and realized, he was saved. Sia. Is it her? Then why don't I have any memory of her? Why did I grow up alone? Varian struggled to think. Was it just a dream or was it a memory? Right. The orphanage. Varian still remembered the name of the orphanage. Answers could be found there. At the same time, the system prompted, body path, level 1, XP 0/100 stats, 3% greater human. Varian moved his head to the side and dodged the punch to his face. Kyle was looking at him in anger. Maya started crying. Dude, calm down. Varian was now a body awakener and could easily dodge Kyle's punches. But he didn't want to make a scene. Calm down, my ass. Why did you have to act all heroic? We could have fought together. You know, if we were half a minute late, you'd be dead for God's sake. Bro, dead for real. Kyle grabbed the pillow on the bed and punched it. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. He kept punching till the pillow was torn. Varian watched Kyle's outburst in helplessness. He didn't regret his decision. Not a bit after seeing Kyle volunteering to buy time for them by baiting himself. If they fought together, Maya would be the first to die. Then Kyle. Varian, despite being the weakest on paper, would survive with fewer injuries. That was why he had to make the choice. Would he kill his friend who was ready to sacrifice his life for him, or would he risk his own life? Did I miss something? A rough voice sounded, and they turned their attention to the ward's entrance. Arthur stood there, grinning at their mess. Maya gave him an awkward smile and shook her head, nothing. Varian observed Arthur for a second. Now an awakener, he could feel the flow of aura in the air much more clearly. So he could also sense Arthur's position through the aura. Compared to the aura flow in and out of Varian, Arthur's was much higher. Arthur's teammates. Even though something unfortunate happened, you've achieved your goal. Arthur looked at Varian getting distressed and said, Don't worry, my teammates are all fine. We were occupied by the battle. All we could do was injure the level 1s that escaped. No. That saved my life. Thank you. Varian bowed to Arthur and said, I know it's early to say, but I'll return the favor one day. Arthur just chuckled and said nothing. But why did Abyssals come to the dungeon? Aren't they supposed to stay in the abyss? You even dismissed it when I brought up the issue. Kyle brought up the elephant in the room. Varian glanced at Arthur with an inquisitive look. Arthur reacted unnaturally when Kyle brought up the rumor that Abyssals could use cross-tunneling to enter dungeons. "You're hiding something, aren't you?" Varian said in a slow and solemn tone. Arthur looked at him in shock, then he laughed out loud. "You're very good. I knew something, but I couldn't tell you since I felt it was too unlikely. But now you too will know." Maya and Kyle looked at Arthur in confusion. Their queries were answered as the door to the ward opened and a man in a black suit entered the room. He was a middle-aged man with an unsmiling face and looked like they owed him his wife. "I am an inspector from the Dungeon Bureau." He shared his ID to their comms, and continued in a monotonous tone, "Due to the issue of the event, you need to sign a non-disclosure agreement or face treason charges." "What?" Maya was the first to outburst. "Your incompetence put my friend's life at risk and now you're telling me we're traitors if we don't keep silent?" Kyle too was angry, but he stayed silent, thinking why they went to such extreme means. Varian stared at the inspector in the eye and said, "This clearly isn't your first time doing this. So there must have been similar incidents." He took a step forward and continued, "The government doesn't want normal people to panic. More than that, it doesn't want to affect the training of low-level awakeners. Dungeons were the battlegrounds to hone one's skill. Entering an abyss or fighting abyssals on the front lines was not something everyone could do. But anyone can enter a dungeon and fight. Since their appearance, dungeons have remained as an irreplaceable element in the life of an awakener. Cutting it off now would weaken humanity's low-ranking strength. It could prove too costly in the war against Abyssals." The inspector raised an eyebrow. "Regardless of the reason, you have no choice. You just awakened. So keep your head low." The room's temperature dropped. The floor started to freeze. Maya and Kyle shivered. Varian's body resisted the cold, but he was still affected. "Why so serious?" Arthur moved freely in the cold and patted the inspector's shoulder. The inspector almost fell. He looked at Arthur with surprise and fear. The ice melted, and the room returned to normal temperature in an instant. The Dungeon Bureau didn't have strong ties to the army and was one of the weakest links in the bureaucracy. Low dungeon inspectors like him were usually level 2s and were at the bottom of the pyramid. Thus, their only superiority was in front of level 1s like Varian's trio. Unfortunately, Arthur wasn't letting him have his way. Varian sighed inwardly, "There are hierarchies everywhere. Level 1s boss over level 0s. Level 2s boss level 1s. A fair society is not equal and an equal society is not fair. Sign them." The inspector swiped the comm on his wrist and they received the non-disclosure agreement. This time, his tone was much milder. Varian clicked on his comm and a holographic document opened. It recorded his retina, DNA, and aura signature, finishing the procedure. Perhaps he felt he offended Arthur, a more powerful awakener. The inspector said, "Since you already signed the agreement, there is no harm in telling you more. There have been over 20 similar incidents in the past month on Earth alone." What the F? Even though he guessed it, Varian was still surprised by the sheer amount of the incidents. This was no joking matter. There were no major wars since the Pluto War of 514. But every human was certain the next war would break out any time. There would be no peace. Only victory or defeat. That meant life or death. Varian asked, "Why are the Abyssals doing this?" The inspector took a deep breath, recalling the moment when the realization struck him. He went from unbelieving to denial to helpless acceptance. In ways more than one, this truth left him feeling helpless. He looked at the young people who just escaped death by a stroke of luck and continued, "Their motives are scarier. By killing today's geniuses, they are cutting tomorrow's powerhouses." However, not every genius who entered was targeted. They were very specific. They are even more cunning. They avoided several baits thrown by the Bureau. We could do nothing to stop Abyssals. They cross-tunnel into dungeons as they please, hide their traces and use the most opportune moment to strike. As a result, there is a growing consensus among the officials that dungeons are dangerous. So, the Federation is taking this very seriously. There are rumors that cadets of Imperial Defense Academy will be sent to look into this. We're optimistic it'll be solved, but don't venture into any low dungeons until there is a closure. Arthur remained silent while the trio nodded. The inspector left with unnatural steps. His words left a heavy atmosphere in the room. So everyone consciously chose to avoid bringing up the Abyssals' plan. Varian felt powerless in front of the power of a whole race. Varian didn't have any plans to visit the dungeon in the near future. Not after this accident. Even though dungeons were an integral part of an Awakener's combat experience, they weren't the only part. There were other locations. Imperial Defense Academy. Sia's Academy. Varian thought, and the images of the strange dream once again flashed in his mind. I thought we wouldn't be so unlucky. But who knew? Arthur said as he shot a glance at Kyle. Varian and Maya also looked at Kyle. Kyle's nickname was Luck Lord. His worries, however improbable, mostly came true. Whether Kyle was the source of bad luck or a victim himself, no one was sure. But he was isolated and finished high school a year early, like Varian. They met in Leon Training Hall when Kyle wanted to learn some basic fighting skills. Due to their own eccentric natures perhaps, Kyle and Varian soon became good friends. Kyle's luck seemed to turn around for the better once when he saved a girl his age from hooligans. The girl was Maya, and soon they started dating. Varian looked at Kyle, who buried his face in his neck and refused to look at them. He sighed in defeat. There was no point in blaming Kyle. It was not like he was responsible for the Abyssal attack. They were already happening. Plus, if Kyle and Maya never came, Varian would have likely died. I'll take my leave. Arthur reached the door and paused. Mr. Gareth asked me to inform you're no longer the hall's trainer. The door opened, and he left. Clever old man, Varian smiled. He felt that Gareth knew about the Abyssals incident, and that was the reason he urged him that day. Once the incident gets revealed to public, Varian wouldn't be able to enter a dungeon even if he wanted to. So he wanted Varian to enter the dungeon before it's too late. That was also the reason why he asked Arthur to be Varian's escort adventure team. A level 3 Awakener seemed like an overkill in the beginning, but now it made perfect sense. You guys also take rest. No, take a shower first. Varian shooed and sent away the Kyle couple. It had been a day since he was hospitalized. He was sure they stayed in the ward since yesterday. They were stinking at this point. He laid on the bed and glanced at the date. 38th, Sept, 520 YAB. The entrance to Defense Academy is on 45th. I got only 6 days. Varian was anxious. To be admitted, he needed to be at least level 2. He still wanted to give it a try and train, but according to the Medi AI, his body needed one more night to completely heal. I'll check the orphanage tomorrow and train. But now... System. Varian called out in his mind, and the familiar mechanical voice sounded from within. Yes, host. Were you expecting congratulations for surviving? Varian felt the urge to slap the dragon bracelet, but remembered it merged with him. Now he can't even have the satisfaction of slapping it. I'd be surprised if you said something nice. Show me my status. First path, body path, level 1, XP 5/100 stats, 3% greater human. Varian focused on his status panel for the first time. Care to explain how this works? He asked, rubbing his chin. I'll display your current position in divine paths using your species' convention of 9 levels. So, in level 1, XP 5 out of 100, the first part shows your current position in the path. Each path has its own requirements to advance in the level, and it changes with each level. For example, a level 3 Space Awakener needs to understand and comprehend unbinding to advance to level 4. A level 6 Elementalist needs to form Elemental Body to advance to level 7. Each level has its own requirements, and this differs for each path. XP is a simplified way of viewing your progress for the given level. Varian nodded. Regardless of the group or path one belonged to, every awakener had to advance in 9 levels. What's with stats? If XP shows how much progress you're making, stats show how much strength you actually possess at said progress. For body path awakeners, the strength of first 3 levels is measured relative to greater human. The attributes of a peak level 3 body awakener is set as 100% greater human. You're currently a level 1. Your comprehensive power, the aggregate of your strength, defense and speed is 3% of a greater human. So as I progress, I get closer and closer to 100% greater human. But 3% is too low for a level 1. A peak level 3 is nearly 33 times stronger than me. You're right about the progress part but wrong about the 33 times 1. Do you think all level 1s are of the same strength? No. Currently, your XP is 5/100. Once you increase your XP to 20 out of 100, your stats will increase by 1%. When you reach 100 out of 100 of level 1, your stats will be 8% of greater human. So as I progress in the level, my strength increases instead of it only increasing when I advance to higher level. Makes sense. Varian nodded. Right. And after reaching 8% at 100 out of 100 of level 1, you'll need to advance to level 2. This advancement will give you a boost and your initial stats for level 2 would be 25%. What? The whole increase in level 1 was only from 3% to 8%. While just breaking into level 2 jumps to 25%. So this is why there are few who can fight against higher levels. There's so much disparity. He finally found answers to some things that puzzled him. Varian held his breath and asked the final and most important question. What do you mean by first path? Does that mean I can have more? But this system was telling him that he could awaken again and again. This went against the common sense he was instilled since childhood. But he didn't delve into it. Time would prove the validity of the system's claims. However, there was one more thing bothering him. Why me? Varian didn't think he was special. There was the only thing he felt was unique, his training. But to a system that claimed to break the fundamental laws of the divine paths, it shouldn't matter. You are suitable. You'll know if you understand the truth behind the system, if you ever will. Varian felt for a moment that there the mechanical tone turned more humane. He didn't continue. This system only told him what it wanted and he couldn't force any information. Forget about that, then what's the price I have to pay? If there's one thing Varian believed without a shred of doubt, it was the maxim, there is no free lunch. Smart. You don't have to pay anything more. You already are paying since you possess the system. This system observes balance. Since you are given an opportunity most would never get, you would face danger most would never face. Varian felt a chill down his spine. Was this the classical, courting death? By any chance, did you induce the dungeon's accident? Varian hoped it was false. The system, however broken, wasn't supposed to possess powers to influence such events, but the system's response shattered his hopes. You're correct. But it is not the system's act of doing, it is due to system's very nature. Whatever you do, you're likely to face great opportunity but greater danger. There is no escaping it. What if I never went out? I'd never encounter danger. Varian jested. You'd be safe. But not for long. The day this system activated, you're thrust into a river. You either reach the top, going against the stream, or be carried by the stream. Only dead fish swim with the stream. Varian stayed silent for a few moments and smiled. He'd keep moving forward. He surely didn't like to die, but the encounter with death made him realize he should live better. His death was beyond his control. He could only control what his life was going to be like. So, he'd live a life without regrets. He was still not able to forget that despairing night, but he found within himself the resolve to move forward. He might not be suitable to be a savior, but he surely could save one person. Just one person his mother asked him to. Whatever the situation Sia was in, he'd save her. And he'd also find why he had that weird dream. Varian exited the hospital and hopped his hover bike. The hover cars flew in their designated air routes. The dazzling lights of the buildings reaching the clouds lit the night. Holographs of famous awakeners promoted leading brands. Drunk men and women were carried home by their robot lovers. It was literally a sci-fi of old Earth. Varian set the destination to Trade Union Building and let the driving AI fly him to the set of buildings floating in the air. Trade Union was one of the small two, along with Adventure Guild. It was the richest private organization with a near monopoly over star treasures. Though general public didn't have any good opinion on these blood suckers, they weren't able to resist the temptation of quality treasures. But what really cemented Trade Union's position was that its head, Varian. Varian was a sovereign. Without sufficient strength, Trade Union would have been gobbled up by the big two, military and prime families. Even if Varian was a level 9, she wouldn't be able to save Trade Union. However, being a sovereign meant Trade Union would get a green signal across the Human Federation. Varian cursed the Trade Union but refrained from cursing Varian. All said and done, sovereigns were the protectors of humanity. Varian was no exception. She was the guardian of Venus and fought the Blue Abyss Queen of Sea Abyss countless times. If not for her, Venus would have fallen like Pluto. Upon descent, he was greeted by a robot maid and guided to the treasures building. Varian decided to burn his wallet and picked the 2-star treasure section. Since he would be participating in the entrance 6 days from now, he'd need the best weapon he could afford. All star treasures were marked from 1 to 9 corresponding to the 9 levels. 1 to 3 were classified as low treasures, 4 to 6 as mid treasures and 7 to 9 as high treasures. Varian's gauntlets were unusable after the last fight. The pair was only a 1-star treasure, the lowest. Good evening, Mr. Varian. What type of treasure do you wish to purchase? A young lady checked his ID from the AI report and greeted with a smile. Varian thought for a moment before replying, "Show me a." Various holographic displays of 2-star treasures enticed the customers in the store to buy more. Most of them were middle-aged men and women who stepped into level 2. They couldn't reach beyond level 2, huh? Varian knew most of these people would stop at their current level. A few might reach level 3, but level 4 was almost impossible. After his near-death experience, Varian decided to change his outlook on life. Since he was an awakener anyway, he'd strive to be the strongest he could. Never compromising. Peerless, savior, emperor. Varian thought back to his childhood dream. As he grew up, he narrowed it to savior. After her death, nothing remained. Now, he felt maybe he could at least aspire to be peerless. He possessed a mystical system, perhaps he could afford to aim high. There was no harm in trying, right? Maximizing strength meant mastering powers of one's divine path, having enough combat experience and possession of a star treasure suitable to the pathway. Of the 3, Varian only had combat experience. He'd first buy a suitable star treasure and then practice his divine path's powers. The strengths of a body awakener were magnified in close combat. With his combat experience and new strength, Varian was confident to best most of the level 1s. Here you go. You can customize one, but it'd cost more. The lady at the counter displayed a range of gauntlets with the best endurance. Varian stared at the beautiful and strong gauntlets in the hologram before his gaze fell on their prices. His eyes widened as he noticed they were all in KP, karma points instead of CP, credit points. Can I pay in credit points? He inquired, hoping to get a positive response. Unfortunately, no. Only 1-star treasures can be brought in CP. The latest regulations from headquarters state 2-star treasures and above must be brought in KP. The lady shook her head and appeared apologetic. The customers in the room heard the conversation and cursed quietly. Blood suckers. Greedy pigs. The young lady remained unperturbed and maintained her smile. Her professional smile that allowed no bargain. Varian sighed in defeat and cursed Trade Union once more. Credit point, or CP in short, was the currency of the Federation. It was the currency for most economic purposes. An average citizen earned 5,000 CP a month. A typical one-star treasure costed around 12,000 CP. Then there was Karma Point, or KP. It was a special currency. An Awakener gained KP through their service, fighting Abyssals, selling beast cores, serving in military, using their powers to solve the criminal Awakener problems, among others. KP were exclusively used to buy star treasures, rare medicine, request special Awakener services such as protection, guidance and consultation of high Awakeners. Officially, only KP can be converted to CP. 1 KP equals 1000 CP, CP cannot be converted to KP. Black market, however, dictated 10,000 CP equals 1 KP. This was why the customers were angry at trade union. Without sufficient KP, they'd have to resort to converting CP. With a single move, trade union skyrocketed the price without breaking the laws. Varian controlled his rage and glanced at the prices of 2-star treasures. They were around 30 to 50 KP. This meant for the best quality he'd have to spend around 50 KP. My savings are only 300,000 CP. That'd only be 30 KP. Varian smiled wryly. But now that I'm a level 1, I can earn more. I must give my best for the entrance. I don't want to risk my only chance due to a cheap star treasure. He could either save the money he got and continue to living a mediocre life, or bet everything on something he needed to do and follow it without regret. I'll need 20 KP more. Then he remembered something and clicked on his comm, and selected the KP section. KP 10. Reward for killing an Abyssal. Him killing an Abyssal was reported during his sleep and he was awarded 10 KP. 10 more. Right. I know. Varian searched around and found the beast core corner. An automated box stood there with an opening. It read, "Put in the beast cores and get the KP." He brought out the 10 beast cores of demon rabbits he collected from the dungeon and put them in the opening. You have received 10 KP, his comm prompted, and Varian logged into the black market channel to convert his saving CP to KP. Gritting his teeth, he clicked the final yes. You have received 30 KP, Varian was officially broke. With a grudge and anticipation, he walked to the counter and selected a pair of red gauntlets. The spikes were made from the bones of a level 2 magic beast and were blood red, a bit darker than the rest of the piece. Spiked gauntlets were impractical in old Earth, but in the era of Awakeners, they were popular. Varian wore the gauntlets and felt more empowered than ever. Then he glanced at his karma points and drooped his head. All the exhilaration of buying an awesome weapon was doused by his newfound poverty. I want to punch someone. Varian exited the trade union building in a foul mood and jumped on his hover bike. It was almost midnight. His treatment time was over. That meant he could finally train. Go to Murloc Islands and get permission for entrance of level 1 Awakener. Varian said to his comms AI, Isha. Yes, sir, it said, and the hover bike took off. Varian closed his eyes and felt fatigue wash over him. The gentle music was gradually replaced by the sea waves. The neon light was replaced by the sunlight. His fatigue was replaced by vigor. Varian woke up to see himself on his hover bike, floating above a chain of islands in the middle of an ocean. The glittering sunrays of the 2 suns painted a beautiful picture. The ocean sparkled, and the wavelets shone. It was a scene out of a painting. Looking around, a few more hover cars and bikes passed him and landed on one of the island. With his superhuman eyesight, Varian observed the islands below. They only had sparse greenery, and the bulk of islands were desolate and damp. Upon careful observation, he found a few humanoid creatures moving. They had blue scales and vertical pupil yellow eyes. A tail sprung from their back and they were around 4 feet tall. So these are descendants of Murlocs, huh? Varian thought to himself and let the hover bike descend. Murlocs were an intelligent aquatic species that first revealed themselves to humans in 80 YAB. They emerged from the oceans and were capable of land survival. They were the superior power on Earth due to their habitat and population. Humanity lost their dominance over Earth, and it stayed that way until Murlocs fell into internal wars. Human Federation exploited this to full extent and weakened the Murlocs. After realizing humanity's hidden motives, Murlocs destroyed all the cities on the coasts, killing hundreds of millions. This sparked into a fierce war and eventually led to the extinction of Murlocs. Many historians agree that had Murlocs never fallen into a civil war, there was a good chance that humanity would have been wiped out. These are just hybrids of Murlocs. Varian landed on the island and looked at the Murlocs nearby. They just had the bloodline of the Murlocs without their intelligence. However, they were smarter than magic beasts. So they were kept alive on this island and used as a training ground for humans. "I'll test my powers," he said with an excited smile and looked at the status. First path, body level 1, 5 out of 100 stats, 3% greater human. Boom. Crackle. Dust rose into air, and the ground cracked. Varian stood in the center, his eyes looked at his own hands in disbelief. Other than a few scratches, they were perfectly fine. I would certainly have a fracture had I tried it before awakening. Varian slowly adjusted to his new state. Even though he hadn't mastered the powers of his path, he was already familiar with them. He could now feel the aura enter his body and feel it turn into something new. What was flowing inside him wasn't strictly aura anymore. It was a part of aura, but different from it. Body awakeners called it chi. Varian felt aura enter his body and turn into chi. Chi coursed through his muscles and bones. He could tell almost intuitively that he wasn't using the full potential of the chi in his body. He could improve. This improvement would be the basis of his progress in his level 1. Plus 5 XP, first path, body level 1, 10 out of 100 stats, 3.5% greater human. Varian felt his stats rise by a significant amount and sighed in satisfaction. Growl. Varian's ears perked up, and he caught the sound coming from a long distance. He focused and found a group of Murlocs gazing at him from a distance. With a single thought, the gauntlets equipped themselves upon his hands. It was a perk of 2-star treasures. Fully armed, he charged at them. His each step covered a few meters with ease, and in no time, he was in front of the Murlocs. Taking the initiative, he hurled a punch. Swish! His punch cut through the air and connected with the neck of the Murloc. Screech! His gauntlet tore through its neck, and like a water fountain, blood spurted into the air. Weak, Varian thought and observed the other Murlocs. They were about 4 of them. They hissed and lunged at him. Their claws would dig into his flesh should they succeed. Varian gave them no chance and charged at one of the Murlocs. Like an arrow breaking paper, Varian broke the Murloc and dodged the attacks. The spikes of his gauntlet pierced the heart of the Murloc and killed it. Varian yanked his arm, and the corpse flew out. 4 left. Kindness to enemy is cruelty to self. Varian believed and followed. He didn't feel the slightest remorse at using Murlocs to train himself. When he first began training, he was naive and tried to be as compassionate as possible. He fought normal animals which didn't awaken but were stronger than their usual breed. They were called level 0s. He only tried to spar and didn't try to kill. But at some point, they threatened something or someone. Why can't I remember what caused me to change? I used to insist on being compassionate, but somewhere down the line, I was completely fine with killing. Varian searched his memories but couldn't find the reason. Perhaps continuous practice numbed him to killing. Maybe. Ignoring the questions, he focused on the 4 Murlocs in front. Growl! They screamed and lunged at him again. Varian pounced at one of the Murlocs. But suddenly, the Murlocs used their tails to lash at him. The 4 tails came from 4 directions and blocked his routes of escape. Since he was in mid-air, he couldn't jump or duck. He only had limited mobility and had to take the attacks head-on. Even though Murlocs weren't intelligent as humans, they could cooperate in groups and had a good battle sense. Damn! Varian gritted his teeth and chose to gamble on a body awakener's agility. He twisted his body in midair and avoided the attacks of two tails. He caught the other two tails with his gauntlets and crushed them with his bare hands. He positioned his feet onto the Murloc in front. In the next moment, he crashed into the Murloc he was originally aiming for. His kick sunk its chest bones and killed it in one shot. All this happened in the blink of an eye. The next moment, Varian rolled down the ground to avoid the attack of the only intact tail. Before he could get up or even move, the two Murlocs whose tails were minced clawed at his face in rage. If he couldn't block it, they'd pierce his brain. Fuck. Varian cursed and brought his gauntlets up to block the attack. Murlocs showed their cunningness and shifted the attack at the final moment, aiming at his heart region. But due to the sudden change, they slowed down for a moment. Back at you, with a single thought, the gauntlets loosened themselves and Varian hurled them at the Murlocs with his complete strength. Bang bang. Due to the sheer force, the Murlocs were blown back just before their claws could touch him. Varian rushed to them and stepped on their necks, ending their lives and saving his. That was harder. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and re-equipped his gauntlets. Plus 10 XP, Body Path Level 1, 20/104% Greater Human. Varian felt the flow of chi in his body improve. I knew it. Combat is the best training for me. He grinned, then his ears perked, and he jumped ahead. Screech. A spear passed through the area of his previous position and hit a boulder, breaking it in two. Varian turned in the direction of attack and saw a single Murloc walking toward him. It was 5 feet tall. Its scales were turning dark blue and its tail was longer than usual. In its hand was a bone spear. This is a peak level 1 Murloc. Varian gasped. He could tell it reached the peak of level 1 from the sheer pressure it gave off. This was his strongest enemy to date, not even the Abyssal, despite Abyssals being the strongest in a given level. The reason he was able to kill the Abyssal was twofold. One was Varian's own daring strategy. The second, without which Varian wouldn't have succeeded, was the Abyssal's internal injury. So Varian didn't kill a peak level 1 Abyssal. He killed an injured level 1 Abyssal and almost died in the process. Now, he had to face an uninjured peak level 1 Murloc. Varian didn't fear the challenge. His current enemy was much stronger than his previous enemy. He smiled. My enemy might be stronger, but so am I. Varian and the Murloc looked into each other's eyes and the next second, they shot at the other at breakneck speed. Cling, the Murloc's tail parried the gauntlet, and sparks flew in the air. At a closer distance, Varian realized the tail itself was covered by a metallic blue layer. This is going to be difficult than I thought. But this is my way of progress. Varian continued his offensive with momentum. Clash, click, clash, the sounds of gauntlets clashing with the bone spear and metallic tail reverberated across the island. The Murlocs in the vicinity witnessed the intensity of the fight and ran for their lives. Varian tilted his neck and dodged the thrust of the spear. He sidestepped and avoided the tail strike. At the same time, he kneed the Murloc in the groin and slammed his fist into the Murloc's face, with the spikes aiming for the eyes. The Murloc's tail was nimble and flexible, so it blocked the knee with ease. The next moment, the Murloc swerved to the right and dodged the punch to its eyes. TCH, Varian cursed under his breath and maintained his attacks. The one to drop their momentum would lose. With growing battle intent, they dashed at each other. Soil rose and gales blew. Shockwaves originated and shook the trees. In the middle of it all, the perpetrators stood unwavered, Varian and the Murloc. Clash, click, clash, a few minutes passed, but the intensity of the battle only rose. The battle itself showed no signs of ending, since neither party had an upper hand. Click, clash, every attack was blocked by a spear and the tail or dodged. Varian's advantage lied in his combat experience. The Murloc's advantage was in its superior strength from its peak of level 1 and its weapon. Its arms were shorter than Varian's and thus took a bit longer to reach him. The previous Murlocs also had the same problem, so they either lunged at him or used their tails. Varian exploited this and turned the tables by using his agility and speed to dodge their lunges and took them down one by one. This Murloc, however, cleverly avoided its inherent shortcoming and made it up with its spear. The spear had a longer reach than its arms and was quick to reach Varian. It didn't have much expertise in spear, so it could only use its raw power. Despite that, it was able to block every single one of Varian's calculated and strategic blows. Arg! Varian yelled and blocked a strike from the tail. He took a step back. He wasn't as strong as the Murloc in terms of raw power. So he leveraged his skill without competing for strength. However, the Murloc's battle style forced him to block some of the attacks. This made no difference in the beginning, but the rebound from the attacks was starting to take a toll on him. Little by little, his momentum began to fall. I should find a way. Varian panted and glanced into Murloc's eyes. For the first time, he noticed they held somewhat humanely emotions. Those eyes seemed to, mocking. How dare you challenge me? You loser, those yellow eyes seemed to tell him. I will not only dare but also win. Varian dashed towards the Murloc and faked a punch. The Murloc put up the spear to block, and he grabbed at it. The Murloc slapped at him with its tail, and he was forced to block. Boom! The massive impact pushed him and he slid backwards, his feet anchored on the ground and carving trails into the soil. If this goes on for one more minute, I'd lose. Varian took quick breaths and felt fatigue slowly but surely catching up with him. In the end, his stats were still only at 4% greater human and he was no match for the Murloc, which was at the peak of level 1. But he didn't despair. He was always fighting stronger opponents and won. This will be the final attack. Varian shot at the Murloc, kicking up dust in the run. The Murloc did the same and thrust its spear at his heart while its tail lashed at his head. Varian put a block against the tail but didn't block the spear as the Murloc predicted. Instead, he used his greater human agility to slightly shift his body in the nick of time and hit the Murloc's hand holding the spear, knocking the spear out of its grip. Sichich, the spear pierced his body, missing his heart by an inch. Due to its massive momentum, it pierced through and exited from his back, leaving a gaping hole. Ah! Varian hissed at the pain and with no hesitation, caught the tail that was lashed at his head. The Murloc screamed and in panic, punched at him. A mistake he was aiming for. Its arms weren't as long and took a second more than the spear would to reach him. That 1 second was all Varian needed as he grabbed at the Murloc's neck with lightning speed and crushed it. Click, boom. At the same time, he clicked its neck, its fist finally connected with his abdomen. Varian clutched his abdomen and winced in pain. Right then, the pain from his wound, which he was trying to ignore, flooded his brain. Cough, 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 he coughed out hard and spit out blood. He could feel his organs shaking and the hole. He looked down to see the gaping hole in his chest, now a mess of flesh, blood, and splinters of bones. System, what's my status? Varian asked, eager to know his improvement. XP+. The status panel flashed and Varian felt the chi in his body rise. He felt a surge of power in his weak body. His bleeding slowed down. He couldn't see it, but he felt his regeneration improve. Varian was ecstatic for a moment before the gut-wrenching pain reminded him of the battle he just won. Fuck you, system, Varian cursed it with a passion. The records of the island said there were only level 1 Murlocs on this island and none reached the peak of level 1. That was the reason Varian selected this particular island. He wanted to train, but he didn't want to die. But on his first trip to the island, he was so lucky or unlucky that he encountered a Murloc that just hit level 1 peak. This wasn't backluck anymore. This was courting death. When the Murloc set its sights on him, he had no choice of escape. Fight or die. This must be what the system was talking about when it said he'd face danger to pay for the opportunity he received through the system. The price of his growth was constant danger. But, regardless of what this world throws at me, I'll come out stronger. Varian gritted his teeth and stood up. Even though the pain was unbearable, the wound was not fatal, and he'd be able to survive for some time. Unlike the last time, he wasn't dying. Not dying after killing your enemy is admirable. Should I call myself OP? Varian tried to smile, but he couldn't stop wincing from the pain he tried to ignore. Isha, pick me up and take me to the emergency healing center nearby. He ordered his comm and his AI. Isha obliged. Yes, sir. The emergency center is 100 kilometers from here and will be reached in 5 minutes at the latest. The hover bike descended, and Varian climbed into the seat. It took off and headed to the emergency healing center. His eyelids drooped, and it all went dark. In the darkness, he felt the pain from the wound recede with an itch replacing it. The itch increased to an unbearable level and finally fell. Your treatment is finished. The bill has been sent to your account. The familiar prompt he heard 1,000 times woke him up. Varian opened his eyes to see the Medibot leaving his hover bike and entering the floating emergency treatment complex. How long has it been? He asked. 2 hours, sir. I informed the Medibot to treat you here so as not to disturb your rest. Isha's cute voice sounded. Varian checked himself and found no traces of injuries. Really, the medical technology is awesome. In old Earth's period, it'd take months to heal this, now it's done in a few hours. Varian smiled and felt his body brimming with vigor, then he slumped his shoulders. Only their bills suck. He felt like crying recalling his empty savings. Old Earth was the period of Earth before the blink. It was when people still used 5G and thought AIs were going to take over the world. It was romanticized by the historians and the general public. Even though old Earth only had backward technologies, there were no dungeons, no Shadow Nation, no Murlocs, no Abyssals. The grass is always greener on the other side, eh? Varian shook his head. But looking at the pitiful amount of CPS left in his account, he felt that transmigrating to old Earth like in some novels wasn't really a bad idea. Since it's free to enter, I can't sell the corpses of those Murlocs, damn the regulations. He sighed in despair and felt the woes of poverty. Sir, cadets of any military academy receive stipends to keep them afloat. Isha reminded him. Oh right. I'll be going to the academy, anyway. Varian said. To Earth Imperial Defense Academy. He stressed. Partly for Isha to remember, but mostly for himself to believe. I'd need to be at least level 2 to enter the Imperial Academy. Today is 39th, and the test is on 45th. Varian glanced at his status panel and concluded it was not a dream. Body path level 1, 50/100, he was genuinely surprised to see himself cross half of level 1. Usually, an average person would awaken by 14 or 15 and take at least 3 years to reach the peak of level 1. Most, however, only hit the peak of level 1 at 19 years and break into level 2 by the age of 20. Geniuses awakened at the age of 13 and reached the peak of level 1 around the age of 16 and broke into level 2 by the age of 17. So a normal individual strived to join the Imperial Trooper Academy. The minimum qualifications to enter it were, not older than 18 level 1 outstanding performance in the entrance test. Geniuses, however, aimed for the Imperial Defense Academy. One must be no older than 18, be at least a level 2 and display an outstanding performance in the entrance test. I progressed halfway through level 1 in a few days. This is crazy. I might really break into level 2 and qualify for the Imperial Academy. Varian kept his hopes up while still being baffled by the sheer audacity of his growth rate. He told himself that his massive improvement was thanks to the combat. But he knew the biggest reason got something to do with the system. Though there wasn't an explicit division, it was commonly acknowledged that talent was decided at birth and it determined the speed at which one progressed in their divine paths. There were instances of people eating a strange fruit in the Deva ruins and their pace of advancement skyrocketing. These trash to genius stories were the part and parcel of the popular culture and an inspiration to normal individuals. System, what did you do to my talents? Varian asked. Host, before you question about talents. You need to understand how the divine paths work. Let this system show you the truth. Then he observed the space. It was completely dark. But in the distance, there was a glow. It was sometimes red, sometimes blue, and sometimes yellow. He focused on the glow and soon, his view zoomed in. The light got clearer, and he saw the glowing structure. 3 smooth surfaces, like in a prism, were connected to each other at 60 degrees. Each surface glowed with its own distinct color. Yellow, red, and blue. Varian felt like he was watching an immersive movie. He didn't exist in this place yet he could see it. He could zoom in and out, watch it in 3D. He could control how he viewed this space without interacting with it. Where am I? He wondered and noticed something. Varian focused on the prism's surfaces and without him willing it, the view rotated. In front of him was the red surface. It was inclined upward, like a mountain's slope. He couldn't see the end of the surface. It was like an uphill road. It was incredibly smooth and gave off a dazzling red luster. The beautiful and mysterious red road stretched to infinity. In the dark space, this red glass road, along with the blue and yellow roads, was like a painting of gods. He was enthralled by the surreal beauty. This is divine. Varian sighed in amazement, or would have, had he been in a physical form. Indeed. This is the divine path after all. The system's voice pulled him out of his stupor, and Varian was shocked hearing the system's words. This is divine path? Isn't it just a figurative name for the existing power system? Do real divine paths actually exist? What is real? What isn't? The space, the location you are in now, exists and doesn't. It cannot be accessed physically, dimensionally, or mentally. It doesn't exist in space or time. It is the microcosm of the divine paths. Varian felt baffled by the system's explanation. But at the same time, he felt he chanced upon something important. Keeping his speculation in mind, he observed the red road. This time, he noticed it was divided into 3 lanes of equal width. On the leftmost lane was a small white sphere. There was also a black line at some distance from the white sphere. The white sphere was exactly in between the start of the road and the line. It was halfway through. Suddenly, it clicked to him. So the lane in red road is the body path? That white sphere represents how much I've progressed in my body path. I'm now half through level 1. Varian remembered his progress in body path level 1 was 50 out of 100. Exactly half. You're right. The lane in which that white sphere is on is the body path. It covered half of level 1. The black line is the peak of level 1, and crossing it, you step into level 2. Varian nodded mentally and carefully observed the 3 lanes on the red road. He tried to move forward on the road and into level 2. But unlike before, the view didn't zoom in or move forward. His view was limited to the level 1 section of the lanes. He couldn't see what was beyond the line. He understood that he couldn't access the levels he didn't reach. Then Varian zoomed out and saw the prism once again. He focused on the blue surface and expected it to zoom in. To his disappointment, nothing happened. Then he focused on the red surface and he was back on the red road. It was the same conclusion. I know now, he said, looking at the 3 lanes of the red road. The red road is the divergent group. The yellow and blue are elementals and dimensionals. Go on, these 3 lanes are the 3 different divine paths of the divergent group. He mentally pointed to the 3 lanes of the red road. Then he pointed at the lane with the white sphere. This is the body path. So the other 2 lanes are the mind path and the morpher path. Humans have a basic understanding of the divine paths. However, it is limited. What you call as a group is essentially an avenue of divine paths. All paths of an avenue ultimately converge. That is why they belong to a single avenue. So Red Road is the Sage Avenue, or as you call it, Divergent Avenue. The lanes are the divine paths. The white sphere is origin, the ultimate representation of you in vital, dimensional, and intrinsic qualities. It is like your unique cosmic identity. But what does this have to do with my original question? Varian was baffled at the way things turned out, though he didn't oppose knowing more. He just asked the system if it changed his talents and was thus responsible for his insane rate of progress. But now he was being told something apparently entirely different. Concentrate on the origin, the system responded as if that was the answer. Varian mentally sighed and did as it suggested. He focused on the origin and the view zoomed in. He saw origin, the white sphere, was composed of 3 colored fluids within it. Red, blue, yellow. Same as the avenues. They weren't really fluids. Sometimes, they looked like colored gases, then turned into colored liquids, and at others, like solids. The only constant thing was that they intermixed, but didn't merge. This is. Varian was fascinated by the sight. If origin was supposed to be his representation at the most fundamental level, then these 3 must be its building blocks. His building blocks. He remembered what the system said about origin, the ultimate representation of you, vital, dimensional, and intrinsic qualities. These 3 aspects are core to everything. Varian felt that he solved a puzzle and would have snapped his fingers if he were in a physical body. So these 3 aspects you mention are the fundamentals of everything. Vital, dimensional, and intrinsic. They make up me, they are the building blocks of my origin. They make up the universe. They make up the divine paths, each avenue is but a representation of an aspect. Divine paths in the avenue are the way for awakeners to seek the powers of these fundamental aspects. The 3 avenues each allow awakeners to progress in one of the aspects. Body awakeners pursue vital aspect or the so-called sage avenue. Space awakeners pursue the dimensional aspect. Elementals pursue the intrinsic aspect. Varian realized the profound truths and felt a new world unfold in front of his eyes. The divine paths were a lot more complex than what he initially believed. Smart. This holds the answer to your original question. Talent. Some people are more talented than others. What the so-called geniuses achieve in a year takes even 10 years for a normal person to achieve. Some may not reach the same level in their lifetime. The reason is origin's aspects. If the dimensional aspect of the origin is of high quality, then the awakener would progress faster on dimensional avenue. So a genius space awakener has a high dimensional aspect in his origin. So the ones whose talents increased after some mystic fruit or pill, taking those things increased the aspect of that thing in their origin. You're right. Even though aspects or talents are inborn, they can be changed. But the higher your starting talent, the harder it is to improve further. Turning a trash to ordinary is easier than turning ordinary to genius and genius to super genius. So what you did was improve my origin aspects and improve my talent to some crazy degree? Yes. On Earth, you'll have no one to rival your inherent talent. On Earth, huh? Varian decided to not ask further. Since the Abyssals existed, he knew there were more civilizations. But now, he was not interested in knowing more. He looked at the origin on body path in Divergent Avenue. It was halfway through level 1. Varian rejoiced, knowing things he'd never know otherwise. He never heard of these things anywhere. Of course you wouldn't. You're supposed to access this divine view only after reaching level 9. But it's an advantage of having this system. The system sounded like it demanded a speech of gratitude. Thank you for selecting me without my permission and pushing me into deadly situations every time I do something. Varian spoke in a monotonous tone. The system seemed pissed, and Varian felt his consciousness go blank. The moment he opened his eyes, the bright sunlight hit him, forcing him to shut them. In the darkness, he felt himself back in familiar warm and cozy interior of his hover bike. He also felt his body after a brief but bizarre experience. He, or his body to be precise, was brimming with strength and the chi flow everywhere inside him. Varian slowly opened his eyes. "Sir, I was worried about your sudden nap." Isha's cute voice sounded, reminding him of the divine view. "From now on, I'll be taking such naps. Don't worry about them." "Noted, sir. Now, take me to Good Day's orphanage." Varian continued to digest the knowledge he just gained and decided to unveil the mystery bogging his mind. Good Day's orphanage, it was where he met Sia in that dream. Now he'd see for himself if it was a dream or a memory. The front yard was a playground with a park. "Hey! Catch the bluebird. Catch the green one. Dodge the bullet. Duck. Duck." Children of different ages were playing the AR games. Though all such games were eliminated from mainstream, and were now outdated, these kids found joy in them. The maid robots taking care of them were also outdated, but the kids didn't complain. They reveled in the present, without worrying about the future. Varian was glad that at least the security measures were in place. The camera systems and the security robots were in place. "Yay! I got gold. Hee hee. You got gold. Shri has platinum. I guess I will never have happiness like them." Varian shook his head wryly and walked down the cobblestone path. He stopped in his track as a group of benches under the trees caught his eye. The scene from his dream where Amanda sat on the bench and spoke to him flashed in his mind. "You have to remember this, Varian. You don't have to take every responsibility alone. There will be people who share your burdens, and in turn, you will share theirs. Got it? I have no one." Varian clenched his fist, then remembering Kyle and Maya who were worried about him, and Mr. Gareth, who helped him out without seeking anything in return, his fist loosened. "I am glad I have them. Maybe you are right, Mom." He turned his head and continued to walk before stopping in tracks. But despite everything, he felt lonely. Some things he could never share. Some burdens, I have to bear them alone. He reached the door, and the homekeeper AI informed him to wait. Varian sat on a bench outside and waited for the orphanage owner. Would it matter? He asked himself. Why am I doing this? For Sia? For Mom? For myself? Heavy footsteps sounded, and an aged voice greeted him. "What can I do for you, young man?" Varian turned to see an old man with a bright smile plastered on his wrinkled face. Unlike elderly of this day who use skin treatments, he seemed to enjoy the natural oldness. Varian gave a small greeting and stated, "I need a favor. Can you check if I ever visited this orphanage 7 years ago and met a girl named Sia here?" The temperature rose in the air, and Varian was on his feet the next moment. Flames were swirling around the old man and threatened to jump at Varian. At least level 2 peak, fire awakener. Varian estimated and raised his guard further. He must have thought my first question was a feint and my actual purpose was an ulterior motive against an orphan. Welp. I need to clarify. He looked straight into the old man's eyes and said, "Look, I don't need any personal details about her if that's what you're thinking. Just at least tell me if a girl with that name existed or not." The old man stared back into Varian's eyes and finally sighed, "Show me your criminal records." Varian shrugged and tapped on his comm. A holograph popped up with a tab of Self-Criminal Record. Varian clicked on it and swiped the new holograph file to the old man. The old man observed Varian's criminal record, or the lack of it. From breaking traffic rules to attempted murder, everything wrongdoing of a citizen was recorded into it. Varian's criminal record was blank. Truly an ideal citizen of the Federation. Breaking the bones and injuring his competitors was considered a part of the game, so he came out clean. The old man's eyes scanned Varian for a moment and he said, "My old eyes tell me you're seeking someone not for ill, but for well." He took out a hollow mobile, an old-fashioned device, and searched for the records. "You're half right. I'm seeking Sia, but I want to confirm if she really existed. Maybe the system was lying." Varian thought. "Ah. Your ID matches the entry records 7 years ago. So you visited this orphanage and your mom was with you. The old man tapped on his hollow mobile and swiped the file towards him. Varian looked at the holograph file displaying the records of 33th Sept. 513. Entry, Varian plus Amanda time spent, 1 hour. Is there? Varian's question was cut off. Boy, there are no video recordings. It's against our policy. The old man waves his hands. That's understandable. Varian inwardly sighed. There were several policies against hyper-surveillance. About the person, Sia, the old man looked up from his hollow mobile with a distressed face. Varian's face turned serious, and he awaited the answer. There are no records of her. I was working here for 6 years and as far as I know, there was never a girl named Sia. He said the truth, and feared it would disappoint Varian too much. Great. Varian flashed a bright smile, contrary to his expectations. Is this kid all right? He looked perturbed. He's happy that the important person he's looking for didn't live here. Wait, is he crazy or what? That's all I know. Now leave. The old man's speculation was strengthened looking at Varian's genuine smile, and he urged Varian to leave. Varian thanked the old man despite his weird gaze and left the orphanage with a bright smile. All cadets have their information on the meta-net deleted. This also includes any information from the public domain. I came here 7 years ago in that dream and in the records. We plan to adopt Sia. If it was just a dream, I'd have never come here in real life, and with the records as evidence, it proves this must be a memory. But I grew up alone after all. So something must have happened that led us to not adopt her. Since I was too young, I forgot what happened. But Mom had some connection with Sia. I don't know why she never told me. Then Sia joined Imperial Academy. So her records on MetaNet and in the orphanage are deleted. Varian confirmed his conjecture, but he still had questions he couldn't answer. But one thing was clear. Even though he didn't have any memory of her, Sia was real. And whatever predicament she was in, he needed to save her. The sun was setting, marking the end of 39th Sept. Varian returned home and spent the next 5 days visiting the Murloc Islands. He spent all fighting the level 1s and mastered his Awakner powers. But to his utter dismay, his progress bar never moved. It stayed stubborn at Body Path Level 1, 50/100, on 45th Septa. Varian woke up earlier than usual. Today is the day. I must make it. He looked at himself in the mirror. I only got one shot to find Sia. Next year, I'll be 19 and I can't take the test. I can do it. Varian cheered himself. How successful it was, he didn't know. He reached the Starfish spaceport. It was crowded with hover bikes and hover cars. Swarms of youngsters entered through the 6 entrances of the vast spaceport. Starfish was one of the finest spaceports of Earth. Spaceports were similar to airports of old Earth, but with space shuttles. Starfish was an 8-pointed spaceport with 8 terminals dedicated to a planet each, including Pluto. After Pluto War, the Pluto terminal was disbanded and now used for other purposes. Varian reached the terminal. It was a huge building made of crystal walls with star treasures as defenses and enlivened by holographs boasting about humanity's achievements. The entrance was divided into 2 sections. One for the officers and the other for soldiers. Each had different academies. Due to their different requirements, they also had different entrance tests. Soldiers or troopers were trained in Imperial Trooper academies. Officers were trained in defense academies. Naturally, there were only 5 defense academies on Earth and the Imperial Defense Academy was the best. So I'm aiming for the highest of high. Varian sighed and entered the officers section. To be admitted to a defense academy, one was required to reach at least level 2 and at most 18 years old. That was only a prerequisite. Then they had to make the cut in the entrance test, something which even geniuses didn't always succeed at. Passing through the tunnel entrance, Varian finally reached a vast hall. There was a stage in front and all candidates stood in pre-assigned positions in uniform distance. Varian reached his position and stood in the standard military posture. But the sight outside the glass window caught his eye. The space shuttles on the runway were not just difficult but impossible to ignore. They were pitch black, and at least 200 meters long and at least 60 meters wide. To put it into perspective, it was double the length of a football field and just as wide. So these are the fabled Type 1 spaceships, huh? Varian sighed in amazement at this marvelous creation. A Type 1 spaceship was said to travel at an insane 1% of light speed. To put that into perspective, any location on Earth can be reached within 4 seconds. Moon can be reached in about 2 minutes and Mars in around 5 hours. Varian was transfixed by the marvelous ship and didn't notice a female military officer stepping onto the stage. Those who weren't concentrating on the stage got a slight shock under their feet, and that included Varian. Feeling the numbing pain from his feet, he looked at the officer along with others and she said harshly, "Getting distracted will kill you. Always focus on mission. Now sign the forms or back off while you still can." A form popped up in front of every candidate. It stated that the candidate understood risks and if they died, it was their own doing. I don't want to go. Me too. The death rates are 30% for fuck's sake. Whispers filled the room and a section of the candidates couldn't bring themselves to face the final choice. Varian signed the form and, along with thousands more, entered the spaceship. The entrance test began. Their destination? The Abyss. A stage slowly rose from the floor. After precautions of safety, the spaceship took off. The spaceship took off and everyone was thrown to the back of their seat by inertia. After stabilizing, Varian looked out of the window. The world flashed at an extreme speed, and he felt like he was watching a movie. Like him, all the candidates also gazed out. They were already outside Earth's atmosphere. It was like they started to zoom out of Earth and in a few seconds, Earth was nothing but a tiny dot. This isn't what 1% of light speed though. Varian was disappointed. We are not going at the full speed. We'll extend the 5-minute trip to 18 minutes to accommodate the written test. Varian was jolted out of his thoughts when the familiar voice of a female military officer sounded directly in his head. He forced his heart to calm down. Most candidates also reacted in a similar, if not more extreme. Everyone calmed down in a few seconds. But it was certainly a creepy experience letting someone talk in your head. So she is a telepath. He realized the divine path of the officer. There was absolute silence in the spaceship. The female officer appeared on stage unnoticed. "I am Reyna, Colonel of Blue Regiment. I will be the overseer of your group. The entrance test has 2 parts. Written and practical. You have 15 minutes to finish the written test." Her lips didn't move, but her voice sounded in everyone's head. Varian felt bizarre having someone communicate with him mentally, but he was already used to it due to the system. A colonel, huh? So she is at least a level 5 telepath. She can kill all candidates on this shuttle with a thought. He compared his power to hers and realized despite his rapid improvement, he was still at the bottom of the pyramid. He was still a level 1. From a level 1 to level 9, it was a long, long way. I'll worry about that later. Now my biggest worry is. Written test begins. He looked at the holograph test paper in front and gritted his teeth. I lost my sleep because of you, damn written test. He cursed it in his heart, but faced the question paper with full focus. Thankfully, he only had to think about it instead of actually writing. The latest technology of think to write made lives easier. Thus, the barrage began. Explain blink. Blink is the event when the sun split into 2 due to unknown reasons followed by the resurgence of aura. That day was marked as the first of blink and the calendar was changed to year after blink, YAB. The old calendar year for blink was 2021 AD. What are the short-term consequences of blink? Due to blink, aura's concentration went from zero to high level in a very short period of time. 99% of the population could not adapt to the aura and died. The 1% survivors awakened in Divine Path's Awakeners at that time were still in level 1s and level 2s. They weren't invulnerable to their time's weapons. The power imbalance created conflicts. Old forces who believed in traditional military power clashed with the new forces of Awakeners. This led to the civil wars from 0 to 10 YAB. Serves you right. I studied all history. I know all major events. Varian smiled smugly. Nuclear wars. Human alliance. Murloc wars. Even Shadow Nation. Briefly explain the history of Abyssals. Abyssals appeared in 400 YAB, ending humanity's golden age. To be precise, 8 abysses appeared corresponding to the 8 planets in the solar system. Each planet had an abyss paired with it which would revolve with it around the sun. He read the next question with the same smug smile, and it froze in no time. Explain how teleportation formations work. Your mom. Varian cursed, I am neither a space awakener nor an engineer. Why am I supposed to know? Then he deleted his curses and bluffed, they work on the principles of torrid spacetime. What do you believe is the most significant challenge posed by Abyssals? Lack of information. Varian's expression turned grim, and he expressed his opinion. We don't know who they are, where they come from, and why they come. Even though the general opinion is that they just want their abysses to devour every planet, I disagree. There must be something driving them to keep continuing this prolonged conflict for 120 years. Despite a century of hostility and frequent wars, humans didn't know much about Abyssals. The common knowledge was that Abyssals lived in their respective abyss. To Earth, Demon Abyss was the pair. Demon Abyss, like all other abysses, was a world of its own. It was ruled by Demon Abyss King following a strict hierarchy. Varian searched the meta-net but found no more information about Abyssals. It seemed to be a state secret. What is Heaven's will? What is Abyss's will? It is the protective. Varian spent the next 15 minutes answering the unending barrage of questions. He believed he was a smart person until taking the test. Now he started to doubt his intelligence. Teleportation formation? Inner spaces? How does Type 1 spaceship's engine work? The fuck? If not for the necessity of military discipline, he'd have yelled out loud, am I going to work in a lab or fight the Abyssals? Then came the long-awaited final question. Why do you want to be a military officer? I don't want kids to be fatherless. Or lose their mother to accidental magic beasts that escape dungeons. Humanity will still have problems even without Abyssals and dungeons, but any problem is better than extinction threats. He finished the last question and slumped into his chair. Looking around, others were in a similar position. Some girls were sweating profusely, while some boys looked at the questionnaire holograph like it killed their parents. Only a few, he observed, looked unperturbed. They wore expensive clothes and their star weapons shone with great brilliance. They had the air of strength and confidence. So these are the elites, huh? Varian recalled the major power holders in the Federation. The big 2, military and 3 prime families. Small 2, trade union and adventure guild. The children of leaders of these powers were an elite of the elite. They grew up under expert training and possessed star weapons a commoner could only dream of. Fed with expensive potions and rare elixirs of the ruins, they were raised to take up the baton and continue to enrich their heritage. The small 2, trade union and adventure guild were relatively new, and had history of only around 50 years. The big 2, militaries and the prime family's roots could be traced back to the blink, some 500 years of history. Thus, the military and the prime families were the major players in the Federation. Children of these powers were like princes and princesses of the old Earth. We're approaching the abyss. Colonel Reyna's voice rang in everyone's head. The written test results will be sent along with practical tests, the AI's voice followed and ignored. Varian felt his heart stop as he gazed out. A huge red circle opened itself in the space, like a red mouth threatening to devour the stars. There was a red sky on the other side. It was the demon abyss. Abyss follow a system of strict hierarchy. The 8 abysses are ruled by 5 abyss kings and 3 abyss queens. She started with the basic knowledge. Abyss is its own world and governed as a kingdom. Demon abyss is as big as Earth's landmass. It is divided into 4 provinces. Each province is supervised by an archduke. Each province is further divided into duchies overseen by dukes, and each duchy is divided into counties. Even though Varian expected Abyssals to be civilized, he didn't expect them to follow a structure similar to old Earth's. Your entrance test is going to be conducted in the main city of Red County. A county is ruled by an Abyss Lord, a level 4 awakener. She stressed the final words and paused. What? This is suicide. The candidates couldn't help themselves and started to whisper. There was a common dread spreading amongst the crowd. Majority of the students here were level 2. Only a few elite were level 3 and none were level 4. In fact, every 3 levels was a watershed. So asking them to venture in an area governed by a level 4 abyssal is no different from seeking death. Reyna looked at them with a cold gaze, without the slightest change in expression, and continued, Abyss Lords are in their castles and usually don't come out. The biggest challenge you'd face is Abyss Knights, level 2s. They constitute the Abyss Lord's army. Also beware of Abyss Commander, the second strongest, a level 3. Entering Demon Abyss, the spaceship's AI announced, and Varian's view blurred. The spaceship dived into the red mouth and a new world unfolded in front. The sky was red with a black moon. Varian gazed out and saw the wilderness of the abyss. They passed through forests, rivers, and mountains. They flew above several abyssal villages and hamlets. He saw abyssals everywhere. This is a different race, a different civilization, and a different world. The spaceship slowed down. With his superhuman sight, Varian could make out the silhouette of a giant city. This is the city of Abyss Lord? Varian took a deep breath and clenched his fists. This is my only chance. I must break through to level 2 and get selected. I must. Now the practical test rules. Colonel Reyna snapped her fingers and a sci-fi watch appeared in front of them. These are cadet comms, better than the ones on the market. They'll register the number of abyssals you killed. Each level 2 abyss you kill gives you 1 merit point, MP. Merit point is going to be the currency within military. Those who survive after reaching 5 merit points would be selected. We'll pick you up tomorrow at the same after 24 Earth hours. The candidates went silent. They thought they were hearing things. Abyssals were as strong as humans, if not stronger. To kill 5 level 2s in 24 hours was an uphill task, and for a few, no less than a pipe dream. Selected means into the lowest defense academy. Varian sighed inwardly at the difficulty. There were 5 defense academies on Earth. They were cream of the crop. But even amongst them, disparities were obvious. Earth Imperial Defense Academy was the undisputed first by a long shot. 2 minutes for questions. Reyna said in a monotonous tone. How many merit points to get selected into Imperial Academy? A boy asked. He looked around 17 and he perhaps participated this time to better his chances for the next try. 10 MP. Reyna's serious expression seemed to have a hint of teasing, and she continued, for outstanding performance, you can even become an honorary student. Oh shit. 10 level 2 abyssals. Honorary, forget about it. Varian face-bombed. What about level 1 abyssals? A girl asked in a hesitant tone. 0 MP. We don't need cadets who can only kill the weakest of the bunch. You're going to be trained as officers. You will be the ones taking on the strongest foes. Reyna frowned and said. So I can only kill level 2 abyssals, but with my strength, I can't face them head on. Varian tried to find a solution but couldn't. He wasn't strong enough to take on a level 2. Maybe he could kill 1 level 2, but that'd need him to nearly put his life on the line, similar to what happened in the dungeon. But one MP won't let him into Imperial Academy. He didn't know what to do, but he knew he had to do it. Right then, the cadet watch latched onto his wrist, surprising Varian. Identity, Varian level 1, hey system, how does it know my level? Varian asked. Are you treating me as a technician? The cadet watch can analyze the aura flow and judge your level. This is also how everyone judges levels. I can lower your aura level. Don't. I'm sure military already has data on my awakening and visit to Murloc Islands. But still, killing 10 Abyssals of level 2 is the requirement. Even battling a single Abyssal is risky. No wonder defense academies boast of the best awakeners. For those aiming for the honorary, it's not just killing way more Abyssals. If you perform any action of strategic value in the county level, you'll be awarded merit points. She glanced at the rich kids and her tone seemed to soften. Free advice, get used to Abyss will if you don't want to die. A sadistic smile formed on Reyna's face. Varian was confused, but before he could think, a strong wind hit his face. Damn, the floor under their seats opened and Varian, along with all candidates, fell from the sky. The fierce wind hit his face, and his hair danced wildly. Varian clutched onto his seat for his life and cursed the madwoman. The seat continued to accelerate, and the air friction only increased. Varian forced himself to calm down. They won't kill us. So there must be a solution. He carefully tilted his neck and gazed at the cadet calm. Do you wish to activate aviation of the seats? Now. He yelled and the descent abruptly stopped, and almost threw him off. Varian took deep breath to calm himself down. 1,000 feet above the sky, it was a novel experience. Hover cars didn't fly at this height. He looked around and realized some had fallen out of their seats. But thankfully, it seemed to trigger the AI, and it caught them soon. If it was a normal person, they'd have broken a bone or two, but Awakeners were alright with some torture. A few seemed to know this setup from the beginning and were already descending at a controlled pace. Land safely 2 kilometers outside the city. He ordered, and the seat descended at a safe speed. Was this supposed to serve as a warning and push us to combat mode? He wondered. Upon descent, he observed a huge hill in the middle of the city and on top of it was a castle. The seat landed and Varian jumped onto the red ground. In the vicinity, more candidates landed. They used their comms and located their comrades. They started to group. Varian knew no one here and didn't think anyone would be interested in working together with a level 1. He planned to go ahead when, Varian, hearing the familiar voice, he slowly turned around to see Kyle in the most unexpected of places. Varian glared at his friend. You are taking the entrance to Military Science Academy. So why are you in the fucking abyss? You are a non-combatant for fuck's sake. Kyle glared back with equal intensity, and you never told us you were going to defense academies. Are you out of your mind? The minimum requirement is to kill level 2 Abyssals. You're only a level 1. They'll rip you apart. They both stared at each other and finally sighed in union. Kyle confessed in distress, the management is nuts. We, the candidates for Science Academy, had a written test. The ones who passed the test are dropped in the abyss. As long as we survive, they'll take us in. We'll spend our lives in labs. Why test us with this goddamn abyss? Varian patted Kyle's shoulder and said, just stay away from the city. There are villages a few kilometers from here. He sighed at his own plight. I might sound crazy, but I really need to get into Imperial Academy. They won't pick a level 1. You must at least be level 2. Kyle rebutted. So I have to break through to level 2 before the test ends. Varian shrugged. Kyle looked at Varian like he was a madman. Varian awakened just a few days ago and now he wanted to break into level 2. He would have written it off as drivel if it was someone else, but looking at the burning fire in Varian's eyes, Kyle felt maybe his friend really believed he could do it or that he must do it despite any price. Good luck, bro. I'm sorry I can't help you out, he smiled at Varian. Varian nodded. He wasn't optimistic, nor was he too pessimistic. For him, this was an opportunity. I have a system. What's impossible for others is possible for me. But doing it in this constricted time frame is going to be challenging. He wanted to assess the situation and looked around. With his great human eyesight, he could observe the situation in a vast range. Like Kyle, many new students landed. They wasted no time and headed away from the city. Presumably, they'll be going to uninhabited places. It was a smart choice. The combatants, however, were yet to take any action. Since they were a few kms from the city, they had some buffer. They grouped with their acquaintances and discussed their plans. Varian divided the combatants into 3 groups. One was the normal group and the majority. They were geniuses of their schools and reached level 2. The other group was the unaffiliated elite. They had a strong air of strength. They reached level 3. They were the cream of the crop. However, they had no expensive star treasures and hence must be unsolicited by any major powers. The final group was the elite of major powers. They had a luxurious line-up of star treasures. Weapon, body armor, accessories boosting their stats, in other words, and they were all level 3. These people had it all. Strength, wealth and background. Varian saw many of them started to sweat and pale. Kyle, don't move. Varian suddenly said. WH. Kyle frowned and suddenly his face paled. Varian took a deep breath and calmed his racing heart. His mind started to get dreaded thoughts, visions of his own death. It told him to run away. If he let it decide, he would have fled already. So this is Abyss's will. Varian closed his eyes and faced the visions with tranquility. In each of the vision, he could see himself getting killed by the Abyssals. Sometimes, by breaking his neck, the others by slicing him in 2. It was truly a horrific experience for a normal person and would have broken them. Not him. Varian didn't like what he was seeing, but he quickly adapted. He didn't fear death, but he had no plans to die. He had things to do. These visions, however, took a toll on him. He wasn't sure if he would be able to give his 100% to the battles. At least, not yet. Abyss will, oh my god. Kyle slumped onto the ground. Sweat rolled down his face, and he was shivering slightly. Calm down. Abyss will is not an intelligent thing. Varian tried to soothe Kyle. Not everyone was able to face Abyss will like him. Despite being attacked by Abyssals since their arrival, the only reason humanity just defended planets and never tried to attack abysses was Abyss will. 8 abysses had a will each. They served 3 purposes. First, in Abyss, any Abyssal had their stats increase by 5%. It might be a small amount in comparison, but the outcome of many battles was reversed due to this one small increase. Second, upon entering the Abyss, any non-Abyssal would face a psychological pressure in the form of fears, visions among other things. It suppresses them and prevents them from exerting their full strength. Stacking these 2 effects, unless the power differential tilts heavily in humanity's favor, abysses would be safe from invasions. Thank heavens we have the heavens will. Varian sighed in emotion. Abyssals weren't the only one with this blessing. Humans found out in their first war against Abyssals in 400 YAB that whenever Abyssals entered a planet or moons of the solar system, their stats would be suppressed by at least 10%. They didn't know the reason for it and thought it was the blessings of heaven. Thus, it was named Heaven's Will. It was the reason that humanity wasn't destroyed by Abyssals in their first war. Humanity waged a protracted war against Abyssals from 400 to 430 YAB and finally pushed them back. Subsequently, when humanity first ventured into the abysses in 470 YAB, they experienced the Abyss Will and named it as such. You sure adapt to things quickly. Kyle stood up and looked at a group of top elites near them. Even if I'm level 1, I guess I'm mentally strong. Varian glanced at a group of elites still struggling with Abyss will. I'm sure if you had resources like those rich kids, you'd have awakened much earlier and be much stronger. It's a pity, resources wasted on unworthy kids. Kyle said in a low voice, making sure only Varian could hear it. They were at least 100 feet away from the top elites, and with Kyle's volume, it wouldn't be audible even for a level 3. However, Varian felt his hair stand up. He turned to the side and saw a pair of eyes lock Kyle. Boom! The air in front of Kyle exploded, and Varian grabbed Kyle in the nick of time. Do you want to kill him just for some words? Varian yelled at the teenager, who punched at Kyle's previous position. He was clad in luxurious dress and equipped star treasure rings on all his fingers. Even the belt was a star treasure, and Varian estimated it must at least be a level 2. The most troublesome of all, he was a level 3. The teenager looked at them in disdain. Do you think I should just swallow my pride when a commoner insults me? His death will serve as an example. Varian felt immense pressure from the teenager and gritted his teeth. With a cocky face and an arrogant look, he smiled at them. A blue light shone from his heart's location and wrapped his entire body. So he's a morpher. No wonder he was able to hear. Varian concluded. Morpher path belonged to Divergent Group or Avenue. They were awakeners who transformed into either plants or beasts based on their path. The transformation only started from level 4. From level 1 to level 3, morphers drew power from the entity they would transform into. During level 1 to 3, how much each stat increased was dependent on the entity they would transform into. Generally, like in all paths, any entity would have a few advantages and a few disadvantages. If the entity they were going to transform was a Titan which had high offense and defense but less speed, their stats would follow the same pattern. So, in level 1 to 3, they'd gain more attack and defense stats, but less in speed. Only a few morphers seemed to break the norm and were insanely strong. Varian knew, on instinct, he was facing such an insanely strong enemy. They were really, really unlucky. Kyle raised his hands and said, I'm a science candidate, and I'll be among the top 10 this year. I'll work for 5 years for you after I graduate. How about you let it go? Researchers were valuable assets to any major power. Kyle hoped to leverage this, however unfair it was to him, to salvage the situation. It was his mistake to begin with. Otherwise, he'd even be dragging Varian into peril. Even though military didn't encourage killing among students, it wouldn't stop these top elites. Especially since this was still an entrance. Even though Varian was ready to fight, he knew Varian wouldn't be able to win against a level 3 with his current strength. TCH, level 1 trashes, do you think you can bargain with me, young master of Xander family? Xander. One of 3 prime families. Part of Big 2. We're fucked. Varian gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He knew the true perpetrator. It was neither this young master nor Kyle. Fuck you system, he cursed from the bottom of his heart. Let's fight. Varian looked at his opponent, a level 3. He must pass the entrance. The prerequisite, survive. Taking a deep breath, he yelled, go. A strong force pulled him, and Kyle felt his eyes spin. As the dust kicked up, he saw Narcissus' figure diminishing in the distance. Then he realized, Varian caught him and dashed towards the city. I thought we're gonna fight, he muttered weakly. You're crazy. Fighting level 3 is a ticket to hell. Varian answered in a broken voice. Kyle withdrew his sword into the ring and looked at Narcissus' figure in the distance. They've approached the city and were only 1 km away from the city walls. That guy is not following us. Maybe he realized fighting near the city will attract too much attention. Kyle said, letting go of his tense heart. He blinked and saw that Narcissus disappeared. I'm a fry, boom. Varian threw Kyle ahead and jumped to the side. Small rocks shot out in all directions due to the sheer impact, injuring Varian and Kyle in the process. Nice try. But the only one I don't want to fight is Abyss Lord. Even the Abyss commander is a level 3. His head is my honorary student ticket. Narcissus Xander stepped out of the rising dust and looked down at them with a condescending smile. Varian gritted his teeth and looked back at the city gate. The guards were alerted by the commotion and 6 of them rushed to the location. The Abyssals wore a red light body armor, which was in striking contrast to their gray skin. They all had 2 tattoo marks on their chins indicating their level 2, who were titled Abyss Knights. Varian rushed to Kyle and picked him up. Leaving the Abyssals to Narcissus, he sprinted to the city walls. The city walls only seemed more magnificent the closer he got. There were at least a few hundred Abyssal Knights in sight. Despite being chased by a terrific level 3 Awakener, Varian never entertained the thought of entering it. That'd be suicide. He hoped the Abyssal Knights could at least stall Narcissus until he found a way out. Their arrival attracted the attention of the Abyssal Knights guarding the city walls, as intended. A squad of Abyssal Knights galloped towards them. Varian wasn't worried about the Abyssal Knights. He was worried about a monster. He glanced back and felt his heart stop. The heads of 5 Abyssal Knights rolled on the ground, and the 6th just joined. Monster. Varian gritted his teeth and looked ahead. I'll pay back with interest. But now, I must survive. Interesting. You aren't resigning to your fate. Narcissus's annoying voice sounded from behind. Varian knew Narcissus was only a few dozen feet away from them. But he didn't turn back and ran with all his strength. Despite the power differential, he'd not be caught up to so quick, but since he was holding Kyle, he slowed down. Tactically, it was a stupid choice. Varian, however, didn't regret his choice. He already failed to protect once. He didn't want to fail again. Humans. Die. The squad of 10 Abyssal Knights just closed the distance and entered their attack range. Ha ha ha. It's too boring to kill you with a single slash. Fine, I'll give you hope, then I'll give you despair. Narcissus didn't step forward and eyed the approaching Abyssal Knights. Your only hope to survive from me is to approach the city. But approaching it means the Abyssals will kill you. What will you do, level 1 plebeian? I shall be so kind to choose your place of death. Here are city gates. Kyle broke free from his grasp and said, kill me first. He signaled with his hand on the back, go. Varian felt like kicking Kyle on the head. Sure, Kyle was a level 1 Space Awakener, and he had a natural advantage in dodging through low teleportation. But, a level 3 Morpher, especially one like Narcissus, had keen senses. Even if Kyle managed to teleport and dodge the first attack, due to his low reaction speed, he'd attacked by Narcissus before he could teleport again. Even if he did manage to keep dodging, he'd eventually run out of aura. A level 1's reserves were incomparable to a level 3's. I'd rather be killed by Abyssals. Varian held Kyle once again and didn't let him break free this time. Ha ha ha. I'll grant your wish. Be honored. Narcissus laughed out loud and brandished his sword. A bright light flashed, and a sharp aura cut through the air, cleaving an Abyss Knight into halves. The remaining Abyss Knights tensed up and got into a formation to take on Narcissus. Varian ran to the city gate, and his brain tried to figure out a solution. Any solution. He knew Narcissus wouldn't be stopped by the Abyssal Knights. The only chance to stop him with Abyssal Knights is to attract at least 50 of them near the city gate and let them attack Narcissus. Even level 3's would be tired. But, that'd be a mere fantasy. Narcissus was arrogant, but not stupid. In such a situation, he'd kill Varian and Kyle and escape without fighting. Swish, 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 the sounds of a sword slicing flesh resounded from behind. There's no way. Varian was already in front of the city walls. He was at the end of road. 30 Abyssal Knights rushed towards him. Swish, Narcissus killed the last Abyssal Knight and dashed at him. Varian looked at Kyle and said, there's only one way. Kyle stiffened, it always leads to bigger problems. Haha. Trashes, I'll grant you death. Humans, will dismember you. The voices of Narcissus and Abyssal sent shivers down Kyle's spine. He understood the situation they were in. All right. He nodded and held Varian's shoulder. At the same time, the sword slash from Narcissus and spears from Abyssal Knights approached them in the blink of an eye. Boom! The ground was split apart for 5 meters and the spears pierced the ground and plunged deep. Dust filled the air, obscuring the vision. HMP. Narcissus swung his sword twice and a huge wind blew off the dust. He wanted to laugh at the corpses of the trashes, but the next moment, his eyes widened. There was no trace of Kyle and Varian. Space path level 0, 10/30. Was it because I directly experienced teleportation? Varian thought, but looking around, he realized he had no time. His nerves tensed up, and he whispered, "We're dead." Kyle was a bit slow, but he too realized they were in a tavern. Upon teleportation, they landed on a table and they're surrounded by Abyss Knights. Varian felt the urge to curse. Kyle teleported them into the city and right in the middle of Abyss Knights. Humans. Die. In the blink of an eye, spears, swords, axes were thrown at them. The attacks came from all directions, and they had no way of escaping. Unless... Kyle. Teleport again. What if I teleport you into the middle of a wall? I can't control it yet. Kyle cried. Varian glared at him and said, "Do it." Kyle nodded and held Varian. A blue light flashed, and Varian once again felt being sucked into a dark space. Before he could even think, he found himself under a hill. Looking at the castle on top of the hill, Varian felt his head spin. What the fuck? We went from wolves to tigers. Catch them. Torture. Varian and Kyle heard the shouts from a distance. The patrolling Abyssal Knights saw them under the hill and rushed at them. Since the Abyss Lord's castle was on the hill itself would be tightly guarded. There were at least 50 Abyssal Knights patrolling. Varian looked at Kyle, who buried his face in his neck. This was the reason he didn't want to teleport in the first case. He couldn't control the location and often ended up teleporting himself to dangerous places. Varian felt his heart race. They escaped death from Narcissus, only to end up in the tavern, and now they're going to face these Abyssals under the hill. They were in the middle of the city. They'd have no chance of outrunning them. Is that it? Varian scanned around and saw nothing but the red hill. To his plight, there were even more Abyssal Knights coming down from the path down the hill. At that moment, space path level 0, 20/30, the system prompted. Varian was close to awakening in the space path. He would have been ecstatic if he wasn't 200 meters away from 50 Abyssal Knights. But there's only one thing we can do now. He turned to Kyle and said, "Since we'll die if we fight, give one last try. Teleport." Kyle looked at Varian and then at the Abyssal Knights, who closed the distance to 100 meters. A few Abyssals aimed their spears at them and were about to take a shot. Demon Abyss had Abyssals specializing in body path. If it was in Hollow Abyss, they'd face Space Awakener Abyssals. They'd be dead by now. Like Varian says, it's not over until you quit. Kyle gritted his teeth and touched Varian. He channeled his aura and... The spears passed through empty air and the Abyssals stood stupefied for a moment. Then the leading Abyssal Knight yelled, "Search everywhere. Also inform the special zone to send a knight to check, they might have teleported in." Ugh! Varian opened his eyes and found himself lying on the ground. Kyle fainted from continuous use of teleportation. There was no one else in the darkroom. He'll wake up in a few minutes. Till then we have to stop moving. Varian stood up, surveyed the dark surroundings and realized they were in a room. The walls of the room were filled with paintings of Abyssals killing humans. Click! He stepped on something and felt it crack. His nerves tensed up, and he put on his gauntlets in the blink of an eye. After waiting a few seconds, he focused his sight on the ground and found what cracked, a skull. Human skull. Varian hissed. But the more pressing issue was, where are we? There was a huge corridor made of black tiles. Adamantine. He recognized the metal. These prodigals. He cursed. Adamantine was one of the top alloys for defense. It could even withstand the attacks of a level 6 awakener. Thus, it was very expensive. Varian focused his hearing and heard nothing in the vicinity. We're temporarily safe. He heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, system prompted, Space Path Level 1, 0 out of 100. Congratulations on awakening in your second divine path. Varian held his breath and felt a significant portion of aura in his mind sucked in. He closed his eyes and felt something change deep within. Aura entered his body and a part of it turned to chi and supported his body path. Another part, albeit little, converted into something else. Varian tapped into it and channeled the new thing in his body. He felt a connection to the space around. So this is space power, huh? Varian recalled the name of one of the aura derivatives. Upon entering his body, aura turned into chi and space power. He could feel space power acting as a connection between him and space. Space Path Level 1, 0 out of 100. Space Binding, solidify space through direct contact. Short teleportation, teleport to short distance. Varian read the description and decided to test out his new powers. He equipped himself with his gauntlet on left hand. He channeled the space power and focused it on his right hand. He felt something change around his right hand. It was like his hand was in a sticky liquid. He needed to exert much more effort to move. Swish, he lightly punched at his right hand with his left. Krr. Varian felt an unusual resistance when his fist was about to punch his hand. It was like he was punching in the water, but the water was much viscous. Click, his fist connected with his hand, and the damage was within a tolerable range. With his original strength, there should at least be a minor fracture. As expected. Varian removed his gauntlet and touched his right hand. It felt like there was a layer of invisible metal around his arm, preventing him from moving forward. He pushed through this invisible barrier and finally touched his hand. So space binding my own hand solidifies the space around it and gives defense. That means I can add a layer of protection to any part of the body. He figured out the pros of the skill. Then came the cons, but I can't move my hand freely when I space bind it. But all the space awakeners I've seen in battles move freely. So this must be a problem that will be solved if I advance. He concluded. What if I use this on other objects? He channeled the space power to the gauntlet he wore on his left hand. Varian tried to touch the gauntlet and had the same experience. The layer of space around the gauntlet solidified, preventing him from accessing it easily. What are you doing? Kyle's voice sounded from behind, jolting him out of his thoughts. Varian waved his hands, just an experiment. I'll tell you later. He didn't want Kyle to know, for his own good. Varian didn't think Kyle would leak his secret. But secrets are best kept buried. Maybe if I grow strong one day. Varian thought. Where are we? I don't know. But somewhere temporarily safe. Now that you're awake, let's find a way out. Varian urged. The only reason he didn't venture carrying Kyle was if they encountered an Abyssal. An unconscious Kyle would be in fatal danger. Good. Kyle nodded, and they exited the room sneakily. Varian and Kyle tiptoed in the corridor. The walls were inscribed with murals. The buddies found, to their surprise and horror, that these murals were the depictions of humanity's history since the blink. The corridor had divergences, halls, and labs. Despite a conservative estimate, Varian counted at least 200 skeletons. Kyle counted another 300. Connecting the dots, Varian came to one conclusion. We are inside the hill. This is secret facility of sorts. Is it just for research? They continued to walk in deliberate silence. They passed through various empty rooms until Varian felt a slight tremor. Then, run, despite the fact that he might alert the Abyssals in this structure, Varian yelled. Kyle and Varian ran down the corridor, trying to find an exit to the outside world, to the city. Boom! The ceiling started to collapse, and the duo had to dodge the debris. Boom! Varian had to focus hard on his hearing to filter the noise. He had been trying to find an exit. There, he signaled and dashed to the left. He heard the flow of wind. Taking left and then right, Varian saw an exit. It was a small exit, and the outside was at the bottom of the hill. Boom! They had no time. He knew it. But at least they can make it. Humans. At the worst possible time, Varian saw a severely injured Abyssal Knight running at him. His speed was faster than Varian and he'd catch up before either of them could exit. That meant they'd both be trapped here. Varian looked at Kyle and yelled, "Go. I'll come soon." Without looking back, he continued, "If you stay, you'll be a burden. Now get out." Kyle looked at Varian rushing to the Abyssal and muttered, "I'll save you one day." He rushed to the exit and through the falling debris, he jumped out. Varian saw Kyle exit and heaved a sigh of relief. Boom! Debris completely covered the exit. Since it was made of adamantine, Varian had no chance of clearing it without spending a ton of time. Damn it! There might be another exit. He glanced past the Abyssal and saw the trail of its green blood. I can follow its path. He decided and dodged the Abyssal's attack. He chased the green blood trail. The Abyssal Knight chased Varian, but his injuries continued to take a toll on him, and in a few minutes, Varian threw him off. Boom! On the way, he passed through the falling debris and barely managed to find the end of the blood trail, or, to be precise, where the Abyssal Knight was injured. He saw a large chunk of adamantine dyed with green blood. Why didn't he dodge? Varian passed through the large adamantine block and peeked inside. Hiss! Varian saw a huge room filled with aura crystals. In the center of the room was an altar. Guarding it were 10 Abyssal Knights. They were desperately protecting the altar and the aura crystals. What are they protecting? No, where's my exit? Varian tried to find a way out, but he realized he was in trouble. The Abyssals locked their eyes with him. Boom! Boom! The Abyssal Knights waved their weapons and pushed away the falling adamantine blocks from the ceiling. A level 2 awakener had the power to break large chunks of rocks. Adamantine was no rock, it was a top-notch defense material. So they had to exert a lot of strength to even push it away. They're protecting the altar. Boom! Boom! 3 Abyssal Knights shot at the blocks of adamantine and secured the aura crystals. Ting! An aura crystal was blasted off and fell at Varian's feet. Varian saw that even though the Abyssal Knights were glaring at him, they showed no signs of moving in his direction. The reason? Boom! 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 They're protecting the altar and aura crystals. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he picked up the aura crystal. It was a black crystal with an irregular shape. Inside it was a white gaseous substance. Varian focused and felt something familiar inside the crystal. Aura. Aura arrived on Earth after Blink. It was present everywhere. All planets, all moons and all space had aura. Humanity learned to use the aura and progressed in the divine paths. Advancing from one level to another had 2 requirements. First is fulfilling the requirements of the level itself. For instance, for Varian to break through from level 1 space to level 2 space, he'd need to master his current skills, space binding and short teleportation. This would give him mastery in level 1. At the same time, to progress to level 2, he'd need to sense the surrounding space. Second is aura requirements. Any divine path needs aura. Advancing into a higher level or even progressing in the same level needs aura, and it only increases the higher the level. Usually, all awakeners use the aura in the atmosphere. But after humanity discovered aura crystals in an accident, they realized it was far more efficient to just absorb aura from aura crystals. This increased the training speed and let an awakener reach their full potential in a shorter time. But aura crystals are expensive. Only the rich kids can afford to use them for everyday practice. Varian sighed inwardly, but his eyes brightened looking at the heaps of aura crystals. Since I don't know where the exit is, and these abyssals are locked by their own duties, it'd be a shame to not make the best use. He rushed to the nearby heap and grabbed a handful of aura crystals. He put them into his space ring and continued until it was full. A big smile was plastered on his face, but it soon froze. The Abyssal Knight that chased him earlier now returned. Its wounds were less severe. Even though he was still injured, he looked far more vigorous. Varian's instincts screamed at him. This enemy was nothing like his former self. The Abyssal Knight rushed at him faster than Varian expected. Damn! Varian cursed his situation. This time, he wouldn't be able to escape the Abyssal Knight. He considered his options. There were two exits to the room. First was the one which Varian entered through. It had only one narrow path connecting it. Second was where the majority of aura crystals were present. The Abyssal Knights were guarding that region. Going there would be suicide. Boom! 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 The debris continued to fall. Varian dodged the falling chunks of ceiling, hoping all of it won't collapse at once. As if answering his prayers or mocking them. Creak! Varian felt the ground under him shake. This facility was inside a hill, and for it to shake, someone or something was shaking up the entire hill. I must find a way out. Varian gritted his teeth and rushed toward the single abyssal. Varian didn't know how strong it was compared to its peak, but he surely was not at his peak. The continuous chase outside and inside the city cost him significant aura. Plus, awakening in space path also took aura from his body. As he dashed at the Abyssal Knight, he glanced at the status. Body path level 1, 50/105.5% greater human space path level 1, 0/100 space binding low teleportation. That's right. I have 2 powers. Die. The Abyssal Knight closed the distance and threw a punch at Varian. On the narrow path, Varian didn't have much room to dodge. The fist covered in the menacing red armband arrived at his chest in the blink of an eye. Varian sidestepped and barely dodged the attack. Shoo! The punch cut the wind with a sharp sound. As he suspected, the Abyssal Knight wasn't at his peak. But even his current strength was significantly higher than a level 1. Enough to kill Varian. His red armbands were made of a special material and it gave him the defense to go against the spikes of his gauntlet. But this is my only way out. Varian shifted his position and punched, the spikes of his gauntlet aiming for his opponent's neck. The Abyssal punched back. Varian gritted his teeth and retracted his fist in the last second. Click! Despite that, his hand shook, and he almost broke his bones. I can't go head-to-head with my body level, however. He wouldn't be able to dodge forever. His opponent had a faster speed and Varian's edge and agility was restricted by the narrow location. He had to fight head-on. But how? The Abyssal dashed ahead and closed the gap between them. Varian could only move back before another punch came for his chest. I have to try. He punched back with full force to connect with the Abyssal Knight's fist. The Abyssal Knight smiled. He knew he won. Even if he was not at his peak, his punch would still break every bone in Varian's arm, and this meant only one thing. Death. Varian smiled back. Right before their fists connected, Varian channeled his space power and solidified the space around his gauntlet. The Abyssal's fist encountered a great resistance but, due to its sheer momentum, it passed through the solidified space and hit Varian's gauntlet. Cling! The clash of sound echoed in the path, startling even the Abyssal Knights in the room. Due to the resistance of space, Varian was barely able to take the punch without breaking his arm. However, he still felt a numbing pain right from his fist straight and up to his shoulder. Blood dripped from his hand and dyed the floor red. Varian didn't look tired. In fact, he was delighted in succeeding at applying space binding to combat. And one more pleasant surprise. XP plus 10 body path level 1, 60/100, his body path, which was stagnant for 5 days, was finally showing progress. Even if you are a dual awakener. The Abyssal Knight muttered in disbelief. The application of space binding just now was too subtle and required the perfect timing, else Varian would first slow down the momentum of his own punch. Varian replied with a punch. Boom. Boom. Creak. The ceiling continued to collapse, the hill continued to shake. Boom. The adamantine collapsed behind him, blocking Varian from entering the room. Now there was only one way out. Varian didn't worry much. He was confident in winning the fight as long as he advanced to level 2 in body path. Nothing can go wrong, right? And it did. Boom. 3 blocks of adamantine dropped onto him, covering the 3 directions, spare the forward occupied by the Abyssal Knight. If he was hit by them, he'd die without doubt. He had no choice but to do a move that was considered fatal in a battle. He jumped and dodged the adamantine. Got you. The Abyssal Knight grinned and appeared in front of Varian in a flash. Still in midair, Varian had no way to dodge. Varian could only stare as the grey fists in red armband magnified and about to break his neck. Crack. The abyssal fist hit passed through Varian's position as he disappeared and struck the adamantine block behind him. Cough. Cough. Varian felt everything go black for a moment, and the next second, he found himself behind the abyssal. That was close. Varian had lingering fears about his near death. Space Path Level 1, 5/100 Low Teleportation. He used low teleportation at the final moment. Thankfully, he didn't teleport himself to worse places. A Level 1 Space Awakener couldn't control their destination in teleportation. They teleported by instinct. Only from Level 2 onwards, they controlled the destination. The Abyssal was shocked at his disappearance, but his superior senses informed him Varian was behind. He turned around in a flash and... crack. Varian's punch connected with his chest and he was only able to block half of it at the last moment. The Abyssal Knight was pushed back and felt blood rush to his throat. Bleg, he vomited blood, and it dyed his red armor green. You are going to pay. He glared down at Varian and punched out. Click, Varian didn't flinch and punched back. This time too, he used space binding on his gauntlets. Boom. The air was compressed at their point of contact and blasted, sending shockwaves in the wind. Varian felt his muscles tear and his skin break. Before he knew it, both his arms were bloodied. If space binding didn't reduce the strength of the Abyssal, he'd be crippled by now. Boom. Boom. Varian and the Abyssal dodged the ceiling blocks as they watched out for the other's move. XP plus 5 body path level 1, 65, the system prompted, and Varian felt the aura in his body pulled away. I don't have much aura left, and if I lose more, I'll lose even if I advance to level 2. Boom. Boom. He recalled the system's prompt during his awakening. No aura source in host found. System, I have aura crystals in my space ring. Absorb aura from them, not me. He urged it. Observed. He felt the suction of aura from his body stop, but the chi in his body continued to increase. His physical attributes all increased one by one, and Varian savored the feeling of growing stronger. Body path level 1, 65/100, he could feel the aura crystals in his space ring decrease. Creak, the whole facility shook and both of them decided to end the fight as soon as possible. Boom. Boom. Dodging the falling adamantine blocks, Varian shot at the Abyssal Knight at full speed. The Abyssal Knight kicked at Varian's chest. Varian was in front of the Abyssal Knight in the blink of an eye. The moment his fist touched the Abyssal's foot, he used space binding and teleported. Guh, the Abyssal felt the space around his leg solidify and stiffened for a moment. But due to the sheer force he put in the kick, his leg broke the solidified space and lashed ahead. Shush, but due to the sudden obstruction, his momentum was obstructed and Abyssal lost his balance for a moment. His instincts screamed at him, and he hurriedly guarded his neck. Click, Varian punched at the Abyssal's neck. The spikes on his gauntlet dug into his neck, but due to his guard at the last moment, he wasn't able to pierce it through. Damn it! Varian cursed under his breath. He would run out of aura if this keeps on for 5 minutes. System, can you refill my aura with aura crystals? No. This system can only advance you in divine path taking aura crystals. I have to end this soon. He looked into the Abyssal's eyes. They were full of killing intent. He'd be able to teleport only a few more times before he ran out of aura. Boom. Boom. The blocks of ceiling continued to fall. Son of a bitch. The Abyssal cursed and charged at him, evading the debris. Varian tightened his nerves. Shwa, the Abyssal lunged at Varian without any defensive posture. He didn't bother blocking Varian's attack as long as he could attack Varian. Varian didn't have the luxury. One undefended attack and he'd be done. He channeled the chi in his body and felt it nourish his wounds. Looking at the Abyssal that rushed at him, Varian felt a primitive desire to kill. Arf! He yelled and stormed forward. Varian used the same method of solidifying space around his gauntlet right before the Abyssal's fist connected with his. Creak, click, Varian felt his insides shake and coughed blood. Sweat and blood drenched him as he continued to fight. XP plus 5 body path level 1, 70/100. Sometimes, he would solidify the Abyssal's fist or leg and disrupt his momentum. Then, he teleported. Even though the teleportation was random, due to him still being a beginner of level 1, he was only teleported a few meters. With his excellent senses and physical senses, coupled with the broken momentum of Abyssal, he was able to successfully land attacks. Click, 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 the Abyssal's injuries continued to pile up, but he was still standing. Varian, despite all the attacks, lacked the hard power to bring him down. If their roles were switched, Varian would be down in a single attack. Varian knew this and didn't drop his guard. He continued his barrage. When he couldn't dodge, he'd solidify his gauntlets and block the attack of Abyssal. It had been only a few minutes, but the fight was approaching its climax. The system prompts also approached the awaited number. Plus 5 XP, plus 5 XP, plus 5 XP. Plus 5 XP, body path level 1, 108% greater human. Varian stood in front of the Abyssal. His mouth was bloodied and his arms dropped like they were logs of wood attached to his shoulders. At least half of his ribs were broken, but luckily, he avoided injuring his lungs. The Abyssal in front of him was in a more dire strait. His neck had several cuts and some of them were deep. His chest bones were broken along with all his ribs. His arms were completely crippled. Green blood dripped from his head to toe, and it stained the floor beneath him. The Abyssal Knight looked at Varian with hatred, admiration and regret. If only Enigma didn't attack today, I'd never die. Varian didn't mull over and kept his nerves alert for the final blow. He felt the chi in his body reached a critical point. It needed one final push for a qualitative improvement. Even though I'm unlucky, I'll bring you down. The Abyssal Knight spat blood and charged at him. Bringing the last ounce of his strength, he lunged at Varian. His fists were pointed at Varian's chest and his knees aimed at his groin. Varian felt his nearly dry aura reserves and teleported. Click. The Abyssal hit the adamantine blocks and collapsed on the ground. You shameful, who escapes the final blow? Coward. The Abyssal laid on the ground as the impact from adamantine aggravated his injuries. Varian appeared a few meters away. His face was pale, and he looked like he would collapse any moment. But he gritted his teeth and slowly walked towards the Abyssal step by step. Boom. Boom. He dodged the ceiling blocks and moved forward. Creak, the hill shook and nearly threw him off balance. But he kept going. He arrived in front of the dying Abyssal and smiled through his bloody teeth. "Call me anything you want. I just want to enter the Imperial Academy." Click, his gauntlet plunged into the Abyssal's neck, ending his life. Varian felt something click in him and the chi in his body hit the final climax. "You have advanced. Body Path Level 2, 0/100, absorbing aura from the aura crystals." The system announced, and the next moment, Varian felt aura flood his body and turn into chi. Body Path Level 2, 0/225% greater human. His strength, agility, and regeneration all took a major leap. Compared to peak level 1, he was 3 times stronger. Only now did he realize that perhaps the Abyssal Knight he fought was also a beginner to level 2 and was weakened by his injuries to a degree that let Varian face him. "I'm lucky." Varian felt grateful for his own luck but was about to curse the system for giving him this opportunity. Before he reigned it with his favorite titles, his eyes widened as he sensed something. Perhaps because he advanced, the system refilled his body with aura to the brim. Despite the injuries, Varian felt the enormous strength within him and clenched his bloodied fists. "Haha. Now I only need to get out of this goddamn place. I can kill 10 Abyssal Knights with my current strength and qualify for the academy." Varian laughed in excitement. Creak, 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 the facility shook uncontrollably, and Varian looked up at the ceiling. From the gaps of the ceiling, he could see a deep hollow passage. It extended hundreds of meters and at the other end, showed the black sky of the demon abyss. "I'm at least 100 meters down the hill," Varian concluded. The next second, his eyes widened. A blinding white light flashed and descended at an insane speed. It cut through the adamantine like it was a piece of paper, cleaving the hill in two and headed towards him. "Fuck." Varian crashed to the ground, and the sharp debris pierced his skin. The wounds from the earlier fight only got worse. "Ouch," he hissed in pain and tried to move. When he was about to get up, his body stiffened. There was no floor in front of him. There was a huge chasm. He looked above and around to realize the truth he didn't want to believe. The entire hill was cut into two by that white light. "Are you for real? Cutting a hill into two? Even adamantine is sliced like cheese?" Varian cautiously stood up and watched his feet. He was afraid the floor under him would collapse. Boom! Boom! The sounds of adamantine blocks in ceiling collapsing continued to reverberate. Varian quickly decided he had to keep moving. He remembered the room earlier and turned back. He peered through the dust and saw the room with aura crystals. It was filled with collapsed adamantine blocks. The altar and most of the aura crystals were crushed. A few aura crystals were blown out of the room due to the impact. There was an eerie silence from the room. "Where are the Abyssal Knights?" Varian carefully walked through the debris and watched out for the collapsing adamantine. He reached the entrance of the room and filled his space ring with the intact aura crystals scattered around. Before he entered, he brought up his cadet comm and checked the points to confirm his guess. Acquired, 1 merit point, 5 merit points for admission to Blue Defense Academy, 6 merit points for Guardian Defense Academy. 10 merit points for Imperial Defense Academy. The cadet comm awarded him 1 merit point for killing the Abyssal. "So it doesn't matter if the Abyssal is already injured? As long as I can kill him?" A sly smile flashed on Varian's face as he gazed at the large room. Holding his breath, Varian stepped through the entrance in a combat-ready mode. The room was full of crushed and broken aura crystals. The adamantine blocks buried most of the room, along with the altar's position. The floor was dyed in green blood. Varian focused on the Abyssals at the other end of the room. They were all severely injured but wouldn't die immediately. The reason for their injuries was simple. The adamantine blocks crushed them. Some had their legs under the blocks, some their hands and few their backs. Only one had his head crushed and died. Varian squinted his eyes and realized they were all around the location where the strange altar was previously present. However, now a huge adamantine block was present in that location. A man, an Abyssal noticed Varian and yelled in rage and disbelief. They saw another Abyssal knight fighting him and thought he'd die. To their surprise, he didn't die immediately, and then the adamantine chunks blocked their view. They were busy protecting the altar, but presumed he'd die. Now, this human was alive and kicking. The Abyssal knight even felt the human was much stronger than he first entered the room. The turn of events blew his mind. Varian picked up 9 adamantine chunks and smiled at them. It was a cold and indifferent smile. The Abyssals guessed what he was about to do and immediately shot at their own neck. Swish, Varian moved faster, and the adamantine chunks pierced their head. They didn't want their deaths to provide him with merit points, but Varian made sure he didn't lose his opportunity. His cadet comm used its sensors and its AI determined he killed the Abyssals. Merit points, 10. Congratulations, Varian. You are now eligible to join Imperial Defense Academy. If you wish to be an honorary student, make an outstanding contribution. Varian was ecstatic, and felt every cell in his body cheer. He raised his head and was about to laugh when... boom! He dodged the block of adamantine and reality set in. To join, I must survive. Even if he got the MP, if he stayed here, he'd die. He kept his cool and saw a door at the end of the room. He opened the door and his gaze brightened. He saw stairs. The only regrettable thing was they were upstairs. If he had a choice, Varian wanted to descend the hill and leave. With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to fight many Abyssal knights patrolling around the hill, but he had ample confidence in escaping. But he could only take upstairs. It was better than staying here and getting crushed. The walls glowed red, giving ample lighting. Varian's face had a hopeful smile, and he rushed up with enthusiasm. There were multiple doors from multiple floors on the way, but Varian continued to climb. Only the top and bottom of the hill were safe. Anywhere else was in danger of collapse. With his 25% greater human speed, he quickly reached the end. He didn't open the door right away and instead focused on his hearing. Clash, 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 he heard the faint clashes and judged the fight was happening at a long distance. I'll be safe from the fight. I'll just need to find a way out soon. He opened the door was blown away by the scene. The red moonlight from the black sky shone on the hilltop. The castle on the hill was vast and covered the entire hilltop. It was at least as large as a few football fields. Varian discovered to his horror that this huge castle was cut into 2 and that cut also divided the hill. The chasm was a few meters wide, proving the ridiculous power of that white light. If I didn't escape, I'd be dead. Varian felt sweat trickle down his forehead and the next moment, he noticed 3 figures in the distance. He could only make out that one was a human and the other 2 were Abyssals from their physique. The human was in all black and the Abyssals wore a red robe and a full body armor, respectively. The Abyssal in the red robe punched at the human. Due to the sheer force, the air compressed and blasted, sending shock waves for hundreds of meters. The human dodged and the Abyssal's punch landed on the ground. Boom! Varian nearly collapsed as the ground shook crazily. Anchoring his feet to the ground, he gazed down and saw the ceilings of all floors in the hill's secret facility shake. The adamantine blocks making the ceiling continue to collapse. Monsters. He decided to get out of this location. He spotted a path down the hill a few hundred meters away and rushed towards it. Once I'm below, I can escape the city and all I've to do is wait till they pick us up. Varian felt hopeful. Too soon. Unexpectedly, the fighting location shifted, and they appeared a few dozen meters away from him. In that brief moment, Varian saw the Abyssal in full body armor had 3 tattoos on his chin and the Abyssal in robe had a tattoo on his cheek. Varian felt his breath stop as he recalled the denotations of Abyssals. 3 tattoos on chin, Abyss Commander, level 3. 1 tattoo on cheek, Abyss Lord, level 4. The Abyssals glared at the human in black. Varian was behind the human's back and felt that death waved at him. At a closer distance, he realized it was a woman. However, Her face was covered by a mask, including her hair. The Abyssal Lord ignored Varian and spoke to the woman in a hoarse tone, Enigma. How did you deceive the Abyss will? The woman, Enigma, said nothing. The silence persisted, and no one moved. Varian looked at Enigma in disbelief. The name Enigma sounded familiar, but his attention was drawn by the latter words. Enigma fooled the Abyss will. Abyss will had 3 functions. First was suppressing non-abyssals. Second was increasing the strength of abyssals. Third was the most important. If an enemy entered the area of an abyssal much weaker than them, the Abyss will would inform the local ruler. For instance, if a level 8 sneaked into a duchy, where the strongest abyssal was Abyss Duke, a level 6, the Abyss will would inform a level 8 closest to the Abyss Duke. This ensured that only equal levels fought against each other in the Abyss. It was also the reason that although it was easy to enter Abyss, level 9s didn't bloodbath abysses. No one was able to escape the perception of Abyss will. Not even sovereigns, the known peak of awakeners. Just how did she? Varian stared at Enigma's back and felt questions pop up. But his body was dedicated to channeling chi and trying to break from the aura lock of Abyss Lord. Aura lock was a common skill for all awakeners. All awakeners could control aura to some extent. Using their control of aura, they'd wrap it over their target. If the level difference is huge, the targets won't be able to break free. Varian struggled to break free while thinking of possible solutions. Since Enigma fooled Abyss will to face an Abyss Lord, a level 4, then she must be a higher level. But why didn't she kill him right away? Varian continued to channel his chi and tried to break through the aura lock. The aura lock tightened and Varian felt suffocated. It was as if all air was punched out of his lungs. It was as if he was pressed from all sides and was about to burst. Humph. Enigma snorted and the aura in the air turned swirled around her. I informed Abyss Duke. He'd be here soon. You'll die. Abyss Lord spoke in a confident tone. He was nearly 7 feet 7 inches, and looked like a mini giant. Enigma was 5 feet 8 inches, but was petite in front of the Abyssal. Yet, she seemed far more dangerous and oppressive. She took a step forward and the aura in the air turned chaotic. Varian felt the aura binding him loosen. Click, he broke the aura lock but didn't move. One attack from Abyss Lord and he'd be dead. He wasn't sure if Enigma would protect him. Because he finally recalled why the name felt familiar. Enigma was the leader of Shadow Order, a terrorist group. We're done, Enigma, a soft mechanical voice sounded and a blue light flashed in front of his eyes. Another woman in all blacks appeared in front. She too covered her face and hair. Varian guessed they were special star treasures. Blue Flash, the Abyss commander who was silent till now, spoke in shock. You're right, but there's no prize. The voice modifier concealed her words and spoke in that soft mechanical voice. Enigma nodded at Blue Flash and disappeared in the next moment. Varian saw her appear in front of Abyss Lord in the blink of an eye, and the next thing he saw was both Abyss Lord and Abyss Commander standing still while she disappeared. Blue Flash looked at him. She wore goggles and he couldn't see her eyes. This only made him more tense. Keck. You're lucky, she said and pointed at the broken castle. Before Varian could respond, a blue light flashed, and she too disappeared. Thud. Thud. Varian was tense and used teleportation instinctively. He appeared right next to the Abyss Lord and Abyss Commander, or their corpses. Their bodies just crashed to the ground, and blood spurted out of their necks like a fountain. The thick, viscous green blood flowed on the ground and touched his boots. Varian sighed in relief and looked around for traces of Enigma and Blue Flash. They disappeared, was as if they were never here. But the fact that the ruler of this city lay dead at his feet on a broken hill said otherwise. I'm really lucky, they didn't kill me. Varian felt his back drenched in sweat. But aren't they supposed to be terrorists? Shadow Order was the successor of an extinct extremist state, Shadow Nation. Its leader Enigma was new but made a name for herself orchestrating death of 10,000 awakeners. It was said that she lured out the Abyss Archduke, a level 9, and slaughtered all awakeners in the vicinity of the Abyss. Enigma's partner Blue Flash was a criminal who stole lots of valuable technologies and smuggled them, even to Abyssals. They were insane, and no human survived after seeing them. Or that was the media narrative. Am I special to survive after seeing them, or is the media, no, the government lying? Varian pondered and decided to leave things behind. He realized he was still weak in the greater scheme of things. He hated every second of being under Orphanage. His life was under someone's hands. Level 2 is not bad, but it's still at the bottom of the pyramid. If I have to do anything on a large scale, I'll need more strength. He recalled Blue Flash pointing to the castle. Despite the event, he didn't trust her and was about to descend the hill. But a thought struck him, and he stopped for a moment to check his cadet comm, acquired, 10 points. You can join the Imperial Defense Academy. If you wish to be an honorary student, make an outstanding contribution. After I enter the academy, I need to find Sia. I only know she has brown hair and golden eyes. I don't know if she is currently still in the academy or enlisted and joined the army. My best bet is to search the database of cadets' info of the past few years. But the military wouldn't allow just anyone to access their database. The higher my position, the more chance I have. Honorary student sounds way better than a normal student. He took a deep breath and asked the comm, what are the benefits of being an honorary student? The cadet comm replied, there are several benefits, a private instructor only for honorary students. Many high-leveled awakeners select disciples only if you are an honorary student. Honorary students also receive the best of missions and resources. Varian wasn't excited and was about to close when the comm added the final point. You can make requests you couldn't otherwise as an honorary student, which of course needs payment in merit points. Varian fell silent for a moment and pondered his choice. To his left was a path leading to bottom of the hill. To his right was the entrance of Broken Castle. I might be able to request searching for Sia as an honorary student. Betting his future, Varian dashed to his right. The corpses of Abyssal knights and the female maids were scattered everywhere in sight. They were all crushed to death. Blue Flash. Varian knew the culprit. He had second thoughts about trusting her, but since he was already in, he decided to go all the way. Varian kept his vigilance high in case an Abyssal was still alive, but he soon realized his worries were futile. There was not a single living soul in the castle. It was littered with corpses, and the smell of rotting flesh only made it even more unbearable to venture. Varian was a person who was unfazed by even the toughest challenges, but the seeing hundreds and hundreds of mutilated corpses still shook his mind. But there was not a single shred of mercy in him. The price his own race paid in blood and tears was far greater. In the First War of 400 YAB, Abyssals suddenly appeared and broke all but one line of humans' defense. All moons were occupied, and space was controlled by Abyssals. The only safe place for humans was their own planet. Even the planet was under constant attacks. The disruption of interplanetary movement disrupted the solar system trade and had major repercussions. Humanity at that time had sovereigns, but they weren't enough to protect all 9 planets. The bitter war for survival continued for 40 years until humanity found the artifacts and pushed back Abyssals along with the help of Heaven's will. These 40 years were the darkest period in 500 years of modern humanity. A whole generation spent their life unsure about their survival. Historians described life in that age. 70% children were orphans by the age of 10. Every boy and girl past 16 had to fight. There were several instances where Abyssals almost conquered the planets. The only thing delaying their victory was absolutely sickening sacrifice of brave humans who blocked stronger enemies with at the price of life. At least 40% human population perished. Most of it was under 20. Anyone and everyone only had one wish: survive today. Just how much did people in that era suffer? Varian lamented and passed through the ruined majestic waiting halls, dining rooms, and reached the room with the most luxurious door which still looked intact. This is it. Abyss Lord's private room. Varian touched the door to open it. Boom! It fell apart and collapsed on the ground. Varian took a breath to calm his mind. The fight literally ruined the castle. He cautiously entered and surveyed the room. The room was larger than his house by several times. The floor was covered with the carpets made of the smoothest silks. There was a huge bed made of magic beast bones and quilts from the softest furs. In a corner was a huge office-style table and chair. On the table were 3 human skulls. Presumably, the prize, hunted by Abyss Lord. Naturally, the dimensions of every object were in accordance with Abyssal standards. Varian searched the room to find anything of strategic use to make an outstanding contribution. But there were too many show pieces and nothing of practical value. There must be something. With the facility inside the hill having loads of aura crystals, there must be something here. Anything. He refused to give up and continued to search. There was no progress. Varian knew his time was running out. Even though the disturbance here must have scared the Abyss Knights in the city, they'd come to check the situation, eventually. The only reason they didn't arrive yet was because they didn't know the fighting here already ended and didn't want to be caught up in the fight. The Awakener who sliced the hill into 2 could also kill all Abyssals in the city with no effort. Despite having some time, Varian's situation wasn't optimistic, to put it mildly. Even though he had full aura now, his injuries would take at least a dozen hours to completely heal. His best choice would be to give up searching here and escape the city. Varian kicked the table in frustration and slumped in the chair. Whoosh, the table shifted to the side, and a mystic platform rose with a few items on it. Varian got up from the chair, and the platform descended, with the table reverting to its position. There must be a way to get those items without leaving the chair. He sat down, the table slid to the side and platform rose again. This time, he willed the items to approach him, and they did. There were only 3 pieces of special leather paper. It was written in Abyssal's official language. Varian didn't know the language, but he had something that did. Hey, do you know Abyss? He asked the AI of his cadet comm. Of course, the cadet comm on his wrist flashed and answered. With his command, it scanned the material and translated into Federation's lingua franca. Virgin Dungeon cross-tunneling targets. 1. Send 5 Abyssal Knights at 2000 hours to Outer Zone on 40th, Sept. 2. Ambush the son of Level 7 Awakener, Raylai. Torture him if possible and spread the video. 4. Destroy the newly emerging adventure team, Fire Dancers. The captain is reported to be a Level 3. It is advised to finish the task in person or at least send Abyss Commander. 5. Enter the facility and continue spying for newly emerging talents. 6. The intel must be sent on 10th of every month. 10. Enigma is the #1 hidden threat. Her level is suspected to be at least 7. Report any moments if found, and focus on gathering intel. Hiss. Varian recalled his fight with Abyssal when he almost died. They are really planning to destroy the next generation of human awakeners. Varian checked the material of other papers. They were of similar content but for different dungeons. Varian took the materials into Space Ring and rushed out. Even though his injuries impacted his speed, he descended the hill in a minute before he was forced to stop. Uh-oh. Human. As he feared, the Abyssal Knights judged the fight was over and approached the hill to check the status quo. Varian could tell at a glance that were at least 200 Abyssal Knights in sight. They surrounded the mountain and were in a stable formation. Only 200. There were at least 500 Abyss Knights in the city itself, but he was grateful he missed the honor to face them all. The current situation wasn't optimistic either. He wouldn't be able to outrun them, not in his injured state, at least. I don't have to run. Varian thought and channeled his space power. The Abyssal Knights were still in the middle of yelling and he disappeared. Chua, he appeared in the middle of them and, schwa, they quickly thrust their spears at him and he disappeared once again. Again. Again and again. He couldn't control the destination of teleportation, so sometimes he teleported away from them, sometimes toward them and sometimes into the formation. But slowly, he gained a little control over the general direction of teleportation. XP plus 10 space path level 1, 10/100, with enough tries, he finally teleported out of their encirclement. He bolted to the city walls, disregarding his injuries. The Abyssal Knights chased him in frenzy. Die. What the city was on fire and Varian saw Narcissus burning houses and killing Abyssals in the street. Along with him, a few more elite candidates also took part in destroying the city. The Abyssals were slaughtered and their supplies were burned. The Abyssals chasing him slowed down, and Varian took the chance to approach the city walls. He teleported out and kept going till he was a few kilometers from the city. After reaching a quiet place, he took out a few aura crystals and replenished his aura reserves. His injuries slowly healed, and he entered into a state of small epiphany. The space power in him connected him to space all around and he could feel space. It wasn't a complete sense like vision, but it was slowly growing. Now, he was confident in controlling his teleportation direction. XP plus 20 space path level 1, 30/100. As he was about to continue experimenting, his cadet comm rang. Emergency. Abyss Duke is heading towards the city. The space shuttle only has 10 minutes. I repeat. 10 minutes. Be ready. I got 10 merit points and can possibly become an honorary student. Despite the danger, it ended well. Varian sighed in relief before he remembered something. Kyle. Fighting with Abyss Duke to get secure everyone? Abyss Duke was level 6 and the fight of 2 level SXS would decimate the place. The casualties would only be far higher. Sending a level 8 to take care of things? Abyssal would inform a level 8 Abyssal to confront the human awakener and nothing in the radius of a few kilometers will remain. The management knew any fighting between high levelers would only aggravate the situation. That was also the reason the space shuttle left immediately after dropping them. The highest awakener in the space shuttle was Colonel Reyna. She was at least a level 5 awakener. If she space shuttle approached the city anymore, the Abyssal would have informed the nearby level 5 or level 6 Abyssal and there would have been a massive fight instead of the entrance. So the space shuttle always maintained a safe distance and didn't linger. Now since an Abyss Duke, a level 6 is coming for them, it wouldn't matter if a level 5 approached the city. So I can't hope they'd stay longer because one student is missing. Varian concluded and ran to the city at an insane pace. He passed by the candidates who were flying back to the space shuttle. They looked at him with one of two emotions, disdain or envy. Some viewed his actions to be seeking death. Others thought he was going to kill the injured Abyssals and get points. Even though the announcement said Abyss Duke would take 10 minutes to arrive, unless one was an elite, no one was stupid enough to stay out till the last minute. Faster. Varian channeled the chi to his legs and sped up. Dust kicked into the air and he moved like the wind. Hey comm. Can you check where Kyle Kismat's comm is present? It's an emergency. I'm extremely sorry. You do not have the permission to locate other comms. Fuck your permissions. Varian cursed under his breath and reached the goddamn city. It was in utter chaos. As far as eyes could see, there was only fire, death and destruction. Some candidates who failed to kill Abyssals now found weakened Abyssal Knights and tried to get the points for the test. But most of them were instead killed by the Abyssal Knights alive. Die. Ha ha ha. Trash. Varian heard a familiar voice and glanced in the direction. His black eyes turned red, and he felt rage threatening to burst. He saw the young man who nearly pushed him and Kyle to death, Narcissus Xander. If System was the conspirator, Narcissus was the executor. Narcissus was having fun as he killed humans and Abyssals alike with no regards to the impending danger. I'll pay back in full. Varian vowed revenge once he got stronger. Fighting Narcissus at this point had no advantages. And Kyle. Varian entered the city and instructed his comm, at full volume, yell, Kyle. Don't stop till I instruct. Understood. The comm replied and yelled in Varian's voice. Kyle. Kyle. The city was in ruins. Red and green blood dyed the ground in strange patterns. Corpses of humans and Abyssals were scattered everywhere. The Abyssal citizens already seemed to have evacuated through secret methods. Now the only one left in the city were Abyssal knights and candidates. Why is he not responding? Is he? Varian used his greater human eyesight and checked the corpses he could. There was no Kyle in them. Phew, he patted his chest in relief and the comm continued to yell in Varian's voice as he ventured deeper into the city. 7 minutes remaining. Please return to the spaceship immediately. He must have at least gotten closer to the city after exiting the hill. The comm continued to yell, but instead of Kyle, it succeeded in gaining the attention of the Abyssal Knights. The Abyssal Knights had given up on any hopes of living. Whether responsible or not, only one fate awaited them after their city was destroyed and their lord killed, death. So they let go of all inhibitions and attacked humans in frenzy. They had only one wish. Bring a human down with them. And many of them did. Save, help. The pleas of humans reverberated across the city as more and more fell to Abyssal Knights' suicide attacks. Those who came to attack the weakened Abyssals and gain points had the most deaths. Even a few elite candidates fell to these suicide attacks. Of course, Varian got his share. Kill this bastard, an Abyss Knight yelled and a dozen Abyssals charged at him. Looking at the incoming spears and arrows, Varian shrugged, I don't have time for this. He glanced in the hill direction and channeled his space power. He felt his body being pulled into darkness and the next moment, he stepped onto the ground a few dozen feet away from his previous position and in the direction of the hill. He teleported with ease. A level 3 can perhaps teleport directly to hill. He gave up conserving aura and teleported multiple times and reached the hill. Kyle. The comm continued to yell as he circled the hill. 5 minutes remaining. Please return to the spaceship immediately. Varian saw that even the elite students started to leave. Even the most active ones moved to the entrance. There was no one in deeper areas. Except the dead and him. The Abyssal Knights went mad and gave the final push. This spiked the death toll in seconds. The only fortunate thing was that there were neither Abyssals nor humans near the hill. Let's be honest, I'm in the most danger now. Varian searched for any living human in the corpses around the hill. He was glad that none of them were Kyle but disappointed he had no clue where he was gone. In the end, Varian went back into the streets. Kyle. It was absolutely the worst timing. There's a human. Kill. Damn humans. They destroyed our city. Varian showed the solar peace sign, a middle finger and teleported away from them. 3 minutes remaining, system, if all the danger I encounter is because of you, why did Kyle have to face it? Varian questioned in frustration. People still die. Not everything is your fault. Of course it is my fault. I lose everyone. Varian clenched his fist and continued teleporting to cover more areas. His comm kept yelling but time was running out. He didn't see any hope but he just kept going. He could choose to believe that Kyle already got into the spaceship and returned. Maybe he did. But the chances were low. According to his character, he'd wait for Varian outside the city. Did he die? Varian didn't know. Maybe. But Varian checked most of the corpses and found none resembling Kyle. Maybe he missed. Maybe. Now everything came down to his choice. Would he give up his mom's last wish and continue the suicidal searching, or would he abandon his only friend and fulfill his mom's last wish? His dream was important, and it brought him out of the darkness. But Kyle was also important to him. In the past year, when he isolated himself from the world and just tried to survive, Kyle came into his life. He tried his best to cheer him up, and despite Varian's continuous cold shoulder, he persisted and made him more normal. In fact, there were days when Varian had panic attacks from nightmares of his mother's death. He even had dangerous thoughts about his life. Kyle spent time with him and saved him from his own darkness. Kyle was also the one who requested Maya to introduce him to their family friend Gareth. That was how Varian got out of the darkest period of his life. Kyle was a person who didn't like asking for favors, even if the other person was his girlfriend. However, he asked one favor despite his practices. He asked Maya to introduce Varian to her family's friend, Gareth. That was also how Varian became a trainer in the Leon training hall. Varian at that time wasn't in a state to even think of these things, and Kyle never brought them up. But when he finally knew the truth, Varian was both grateful and guilty. It was an irrefutable truth that Kyle saved his life. Now he had to face the tough choice: best friend's life or mom's last wish? Varian was torn inside. After a moment, he sighed, "Calm, stop yelling his name." 2 minutes remaining, he looked at the spaceships in the air and at the hill in the distance. Fuck. He gritted his teeth and ran to the hill. His eyes turned red, and he yelled his heart out, "Kyle! You sick bastard! Where are you? Son of a... Where are you?" Varian searched everywhere he could find and finally entered the one area he didn't enter. He entered the facility inside the hill. With an attitude of last try, he focused his vision and hearing as he passed through the broken ceiling blocks and damaged paths. He gave his 150% and hoped for a miracle. The miracle didn't happen, but the clock continued to tick. 1 minute remaining, Kyle. 55 seconds remaining. Varian felt his entire body go cold, and the scene of his mother's final moments played in his mind. "Save Sia, sorry," Varian muttered in a muffled voice. He exited the facility and was about to rush towards the city outskirts. His focused hearing caught an almost inaudible sound, V-V-A. R-I.A.N. As he got closer and closer, his heart raced and the voice turned weaker. "I'm here." Varian reached the source, a pile of adamantine blocks. What? The chi in his body boiled, and he pushed the blocks away to find the bloodied young man underneath the rubble. Kyle was bleeding from head to toe. His limbs were crushed under the adamantine blocks and the bones were broken. He was about to kick the bucket. His eyes were closed, and he uttered the same words again and again. "Ma, yeah, Various. Ian, M.O.M." Varian picked up Kyle and felt the weak life of his friend. 30 seconds remaining, "I'll save you." Varian let loose all inhibitions and madly channeled his space power and chi. Varian used low teleportation continuously, and he transferred huge distance. But he was still a good distance away from the city outskirts. 25 seconds remaining, boom. 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 As he continued to teleport, loud blasts sounded in the air and Varian had an ominous feeling. These sounds must be due to Abyss Duke's insane speed. He was near. Boom. Boom. Varian reached the center of the city and pushed himself further. He felt the life in Kyle's body slipping away. 20 seconds remaining, please. The city was still a distance away and Varian estimated he needed at least 25 seconds to reach the location. Varian's wounds from his fights weren't healed, and with his brazen use of space power, they exacerbated to painful levels. His space power was slowly running out and he could only use it once. Varian resorted to running to save teleportation to cross the city wall. Varian felt the wounds of his body all tear open. He was bleeding profusely, but he only sped up. Leaving a trail of red blood, he marched to the city walls. Boom. 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 The air blasts were getting louder and the Abyss Duke was inching closer. 15 seconds remaining. In those critical moments, there was only thought going on in his head. Must save. Must survive. This time, I must not fail. There were only a few Abyssal knights still alive in the city and fewer in his vicinity. But they spotted him. Knowing his situation, they gloated and cheered in schadenfreude. "Your friend will die, bastard. So will you. I'll die anyway, so I'll just use that life to delay you until our duke arrives. Yes. Use our lives to bring you down. That's the only value we have left." Varian gritted his teeth and continued to sprint along the same path. He took the shortest route to the wall, and it was already a question if he could make it in time. Any more delay was out of question. Kill. The Abyssals couldn't catch up, so they threw their weapons with every ounce of their strength. Right then, Varian reached the city wall and channeled his space power. Cling. Cling, all the weapons crashed into the wall. Except one. Arg, Varian appeared outside the city wall. A spear plunged into his chest from the back and pierced his lungs. 5 seconds remaining, Varian's face grimaced in the gut-wrenching pain. The excessive bleeding already weakened him and he was finding it hard to stand. Varian's vision blurred, but he saw the few flying seats in sight. They were a few hundred meters away. R.E.T.U.RN, he muttered and his cadet calm glowed. The nearest chair rushed at him. Not enough. Varian thought and drew the strength he didn't know he had. With a speed impossible for the current him, he reached the chair and jumped on it. 3 seconds remaining, boom. 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 The shock waves in the air shook, raised the soil into air and caused dust storm. Go. Varian yelled, and the hover chair ascended at its highest speed. 2 seconds remaining, the wind hit him hard and Varian felt Kyle breathe almost disappearing. He forced himself to stay awake and saw a black figure in the distance. He rushed to the city at an insane speed. With every step he took, he was a few hundred meters away. His speed caused shock waves, and the sheer force of these shock waves leveled mountains. He looked up and saw only 2 humans in sight. They were on a hover chair and were about to reach the space shuttle. He wouldn't be able to damage the space shuttle with a single shot, but these humans, they'll die. Ants. The Abyss Duke muttered and jumped into the air. Crossing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, he almost caught up with the duo. 1 second remaining, Varian saw the Abyss Duke close the large distance in the blink of an eye. Without thinking, he caught Kyle and jumped into the space shuttle's opening. 0 seconds remaining, boom. Schwa. The moment Varian entered, the opening closed, and the punch of Abyss Duke struck. It decimated the air, almost damaged the spaceship, and shook everyone on board. At the same moment, the spaceship took off at an insane speed. It blasted through the air and blinked into the distance. Everyone in the space shuttle felt a huge pull, and they clutched their seats. Varian and Kyle, along with a few others, were thrown back and were thankfully caught by the emergency bots. Emergency treatment initiated. AI announced. Varian and Kyle were quickly taken into critical pods to heal. Varian felt the world go black and his consciousness fall into a deep slumber. Then an extremely comfortable feeling filled every fiber of his being. The pain from the injuries of the fight, the wound from the spear piercing his lung, the broken bones from the reckless sprint, all vanished. After a long time, the soothing feeling faded away, and Varian was sober. The warm temperature of the healing liquid on his skin, the darkness around him, the sweet smell, and the lightness of his body. He was still for a moment before he got up in a jolt. Kai. He stopped. Kyle stood in front of him. He was completely healed and his face was a mess of tears. Kyle rushed to him to give a hug. No. Varian stepped to the side. Splash, Kyle fell into the critical healing pod's liquid. Do-da. Kyle got up from the liquid and glared at him. Varian stared at Kyle for a while, and Kyle finally shrugged. You never take hugs. If it's a beautiful woman, I will consider. You? Sorry, not sorry. You were carrying me all the way. Kyle argued. Varian shook his head and said, I was just bringing back your corpse, you're lucky you're still alive. Yeah, sure. I just returned to check if you're still alive and see where I teleported. Under those blocks. This is why I never teleport. Huh. They both burst out laughing and finally sighed in relief. Life never felt so precious. Varian was alright, but Kyle was tearing up again. Varian whispered to the cadet calm, hey, take 3D pics. Highest quality. He circled Kyle and pretended to pat him in the back. 20 pictures. Poor Kyle didn't know the situation and thought Varian was only comforting him. As Varian planned to record a tear-up speech of Kyle, the door opened and Colonel Reyna appeared in front of them. She glanced at Kyle and locked her gaze with Varian. He wants to see you.